Good morning, dear participants of our conference. Today is the last session, of our conference. We are glad to welcome all of you in our meeting, and we hope that we have a fruitful work and interesting discussion. Maybe Andrei Nikolaevich or Sergei Alexeyevich want to talk somewhat? No? Okay, let's start. And now we invite the first speaker. The first speaker of our conference is Natalia Dotsenko or Olena Gorbenko, and his presentation of the implementation of digital technologies and intelligent system in teaching general technical disciplines. Please, Natalia, you are ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I can, okay, yeah. Now I demonstrate my screen. First of all, greeting to the chairs of the conference and all the conference participants. On the behalf of the authors, I would like to tell that we are grateful for the opportunity to take part in this conference, and let me present the investigation on the topic implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems in teaching general technical disciplines. The advancement of digital technologies as well as the appearance of intelligent systems has influenced many industries, including engineering. With the complexity of today's economy, the engineers who are knowledgeable in these technologies are in high demand. Today's engineering education should respond to these challenges by incorporating new digital technologies and approaches to learning, as well as intelligent systems, while maintaining key engineering competencies. This paper discusses the main trends for incorporating artificial intelligence, industry collaboration and partnerships, virtual lab integration, formation of personalized learning pathways, and automation in engineering education. The methods of survey and pedagogical experiment were used. They were developed the proposed ways of implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems in general technical disciplines for applicants of higher education who are on the dual form of education that combines theoretical instruction in educational institutions with practical training. On the basis of the developed criteria by the industry employers and tutors, they were evaluated the effectiveness of implementation these technologies and systems and outlined the levels of knowledges in general technical disciplines of higher educational students. Totally were estimated 100 students in the control group and 101 students in the experimental group. Experimental group used digital technologies and intelligent systems in teaching general technical disciplines during dual form of education in university and use the skills in their training in workplace environment. Control group used traditional and online forms of education that were integrated into their educational schedule. They presented the criterion of implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems in teaching general technical disciplines. The first criterion, it is practical adoption of digital tools. It shows the degree to which educational institution aligns their curriculum with the digital tools. Second criteria, it's autonomic collaboration and problem solving in technological environments. It shows the students' ability to work in digital teams, means remote collaboration, virtual labs, cloud-based projects, and communicate effectively in technical and professional context. The third criterion, mastering in automation in engineering process. It outlines the inclusion of topics like robotics, machine learning to reflect the automation of trend in engineering field. And the last criterion, it's digital competencies among engineers. It outlines the level of skill development, training students, digital literacy, and data analysis as a part of their general technical education. On the slide, you can see the proposed ways of implementation of digital technologies and intelligent system in teaching general technical disciplines that combines practice, collaboration, adaptability, digitalization, skilling, experience, and personalization. To the main ways are adapted project-based learning, industry partnership, collaborative learning, embracing digital training and remote platforms, continuous skill development, hands-on learning and lab integration, and formation of personalized learning pathways. On the basis of the developed criteria, there were formed the levels of knowledge in general technical disciplines. First levels, it's basic awareness and introduction. So students are introduced to digital tools conceptually and minimally exposure to digital collaboration and only have basic discussion of digital technologies and learning tools in their education. The second level is it's partial integration. Students perform guided tasks using software tools for basic modeling and simulators, make simple digital collaboration, complete virtual lab-based tasks, and start using tools for data entry or visualization. The third level, it is comprehensive integration. Students solve engineering problems and use cloud platforms for exchanging documents via collaborative instruments, apply automation tools in structured lab tasks, and use digital tools for solving tasks in engineering and automatization of processes. And last, first level, it's advanced innovation and customization. So applicants integrate multiple tools in projects aligned with industry needs, lead virtual team projects, design automation workflows, work with industrial grade tools, use artificial intelligence to plan their investigation, etc. So as a slide, it is presented the implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems in learning general technical disciplines according to the developed levels on the basic of disciplines engineering graphics, machine elements, material science, and applied mechanics. First level outlines the used CAD software in engineering graphics, MaTeCAD in machine elements, databases such material projects for material science, and visualization of forces, equilibrium, kinematics on the basis of virtual lab FET in the context of applied mechanics. The second level show the platforms with 3D modeling. For example, AutoCAD Fusion 360. For the discipline machine element, it can be simulators or part calculation software on the basis of digital programs or on the basis of AE adapted programs. Material science connected with virtual laboratories and interactive simulators, and applied mechanics connected with systems, for example, SolidWorks, etc. Third level outlines the more complex 3D modeling programs, for example, Autodesk Inverter student version. Machine elements can be adapted with the digital tools like toolkit for linking mechanical parts to smart systems. Material science can be adapted on the IE-driven material selection, and applied mechanics can be used on the basis of AE modeling of mechanical properties, platforms for structural simulators. The last level in the context of engineering graphics outlines the optimization of cloud-based collaboration and generative design. Machine elements use collaborative design and AE-based solution selection. Material science use material selection based on engineering constraints, and applied mechanics used integrated tools platforms. So on the slide, you can see the direction of application of artificial intelligence in the teaching of general technical disciplines. It can be used for personalized learning, for development of personalized path. It can be used for research and students and their professional development to form their educational path, to form the scientific research, to help in the choosing the correct literature and databases that they can use in their investigations, to improving the learning and assessment process, and to make some automation of administrative process from the side of the tutor, and to use intelligent assistants that can help into forming individual learning trajectory, and make some hints for the education and investigation. On the slide, you can see the virtual labs that are used in teaching general technical disciplines, and graphical visualizations that can be used in the context of teaching general technical disciplines. So I would like to mention that general technical disciplines, it is the first stage of engineering education, and on its basis, students from the younger courses make more complex investigations when they learn according to the curriculum. So on the slide, you can see the stages of implementation of these technologies on the example on agricultural processing laboratory. First stage, it is a preparatory stage. So students outline the needs analysis and plan and the planning of educational process and their goals in education. The second stage, it is development of digital models. It can be simple 2D models, and then more complex 3D models, 3D visualization, and 3D printing. And the last stage, it is implementation, the knowledge into some laboratory work. It is presented on this slide, the laboratory equipment on the agricultural processing laboratory. For example, the machine of processing sunflower seeds, and machine of processing fruits and vegetables. So students make a 2D visualization of these parts, then make calculation, and make some conclusions about how these parts and details are suitable or not suitable, or maybe can improve the technological process, and the digital technologies and intelligent systems can help them to make these conclusions. It is useful, especially for students who are on the dual form of education, because they combine educational process with workplace on some plants, on some fabrics, on the agricultural enterprises. On the slide, you can see the results of evaluation of effectiveness of combination digital technologies and intelligent systems according to the developed criterions and the developed levels. The levels of knowledge in the general technical disciplines in the control and experimental group at the beginning and the end of experiment according to the levels. The estimation were used by tutors and by their employees in the context of the dual form of education. So you can see that students in the experimental group that used combination of digital technologies and intelligent systems with educational process have better results, especially on the high level when they gain necessary competencies to their practical work. In the context of the research, they were made the evaluation of effectiveness of implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems on the basis of the developed criterion in the control and experimental group. And experimental group that used digital technologies show better results in practical adoption, autonomy, collaboration, and problem solving, automation in engineering process, and development of digital competences during the study on the dual form of education. Thank you for your attention. I would be grateful to answer on your questions.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting report, and we invite everyone to take a part of our discussion. We have a question in the chat from Andrei Striuk. Did you take into account the reference to Bloom's taxonomy in the knowledge levels?
Yeah, we take into account the Bloom's taxonomy on the knowledge levels, and when we form the methodology of the investigation, we take it into account.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question. The first question, how can schools with limited technology adapt the papers for implementation levels to fit their resources and constraints? Thank you.
So the higher education institutions with the limited adoption of technologies can make can adapt this scheme to their level of technology, and there are plenty of programs that are free for students. The students can use according to their students' ticket while make education. So it can be adopted and it can be used. Of course, we should take into account the development of technology and the material base of educational institutions. That's our realities.
Okay, thank you. And I have a next question. Could the benefits shown from integrating digital technologies in this work-study program also apply to the traditional classroom or fully online engineering programs?
We are talking about they're using digital environment in the class. Now our universities, on the basis of which were conducted the experiment, are totally on the offline education, despite all the challenges of today's, and we use digital technologies and sometimes remote technologies if the situation needs, but this investigation is about not about the total online form of education, about adoption digital technologies to the class, and maybe it can be used in the blended form of education.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Our speakers? Okay, thank you for your answers. Thank you for your interesting report.
Thank you.
And we invite the next speaker. The next speaker of our session is Volodymyr Sokol, a curriculum recommendation system using a vector database for change-based learning. Volodymyr, are you here?
Yes, Tatiana, you here, but Volodymyr is not here and not in contact for at least 1 hour. So I propose to skip this presentation and continue with Dr. Olena Petrivna Kosovets and her team.
Okay, so we invite Olena Kosovets and her teams and his presentation for Virtual Educational Mathematics Park as a platform for educational and research activities at the university. Olena, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Good afternoon. The topics of our articles: Virtual Educational Mathematics Park as a platform for educational and research activities at the university. Actors team: Mariana Ковтонюк, Олена Соя, Любов Тютюн, and Olena Kosovets. The purpose of the articles is to explore the possibilities and conditions for the creation, development, and functioning of landscape mathematical parks and virtual educational lab to promote and motivate the study of mathematics and computer science through innovative resources. The articles summarize the definitions of smart math park and classifies them. The authors have identified 2 main types: landscape and virtual educational math park. Along virtual park, the authors focus on 2 subcategories: 3D modeling with 3D printer and virtual math laboratories. The most well-known and most visited parks include the Ontario Science Center in Toronto, the National Museum of Mathematics in New York, the Chicago Children's Museum on Lake Michigan, the Museum of Mathematics in Priveno, the first state science museums of the Small Academy of Science of Ukraine in Kiev. We propose to create a mathematical landscape park in the city at the university. In 2020, we developed to the project Mathematical Square Platonic Solids. This project is a unique mathematic-focused art object that combines a complex of 5 regular polyhedra. This polyhedra has special QR codes and information support, which will allow residents and visitors to visualize the information about the object in several languages using digital technologies. But not many people supported this project as a competition, so it has not yet been implemented. Another interesting project, also organized by the authors of the articles, is 3D modeling and its use for limb prosthetics. And this project won. We held a creation 3D modeling contest, which was attention by our CTE pupils and students. We can see examples for the works on the screen. The winners of the contest were awarded 3D printers and graphics tablets. The 3D printer made it possible to create the research club, and we used to implement a project to create a mini landscape math park. The 3D printer made it possible to create the research club named 3D Place Workshop for students, pupils, and teachers. The members of the club create mathematical models using modern 3D modeling software and transform virtual digital models into real objects through 3D printing. Teachers of the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, together with students of the club, have begun work on creating a unique educational space, a mathematical park, where physical models of geometric solids are supplemented with virtual interactive elements. And conclusions. In the article, we explore the challenges of designing and implementation an educational mathematical park as a platform for teaching and research activities conducted for teachers and students. We analyzed the possibilities and conditions for the creation, development, and functioning for both landscape mathematical parks and virtual educational lab, aimed at promotion, motivation, and practically applying knowledges in mathematical education. The article presents two original projects, and we are planning to create a landscape mathematical miniature park, the models of which will be printed on a 3D park. We plan to place information support on these models, which will allow students, residents, and visitors to learn more about mathematics. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Olena, for your interesting report. And we also invite everyone to take part of our discussion. Who has questions for the speaker? Okay, we have a question in the chat from Andrei Stryuk. What criteria did you use to evaluate the effectiveness of using the virtual educational mathematics part during your studies?
Дякую. Чи можна я буду відповідати на питання українською мовою? Чи дозволять мені організатори конференції? Сергій Олексійович, так?
You can freely use your mother language, and we will try to reinterpret your answer in English.
Thank you. Дякую вам. Критерії оцінювання таких і критерії підбору таких парків ми якби не добирали, ми розглядали існуючі парки, які є, і ці парки я вам представила на слайдах. Ми робили опитування серед наших студентів, і це опитування стосувалося того, чи хотіли б наші студенти відвідувати такі парки, чи вони відвідували, чи вони зацікавлені взагалі у створенні таких парків. І наші студенти позитивно відповіли на ці запитання і сказали, що якщо буде можливість, обов'язково відвідують і підтримують нашу ідею по створенню цих парків. Тому ми працюємо над створенням. Ми відвідали науковий центр у Києві, Кубоїд, переглянули там різні експонати, приклади і хочемо популяризувати математику у межах нашого університету, ну і далі розвивати. Тим більше ми представляли вже таку роботу і на міжнародній конференції, схожу роботу. На міжнародній конференції показували, що У нас є такі ідеї, і, наприклад, технічний університет нашого міста зацікавився і каже, що це гарна ідея, і ми плануємо, що у нас буде співпраця, ми реалізуємо цю ідею, і у нас буде цікавий, класний, науковий, популярний парк, який буде допомагати вивчати і популяризувати математику. Дякую. Дякую.
Thank you, Elena Petrivna. The main idea of this team is to make mathematics as most close to our current and future and past students. Popularization is a quite good trend. Despite the title, Virtual Educational Mathematics Park, it's an exciting combination of real and virtual. You can see a good model, a real manipulative that students can use along with virtual manipulative. As a teacher association of United States is very recommend such combinations of manipulative. But despite this my enjoy of your talk, I would like to ask one more question. Олена Петрівна, Мар'яна Михайлівна, дуже радий вас бачити. Да, запитання стосується, власне, співвідношення реального і віртуального. Наразі у вашій доповіді це учні і студенти, вони позначаються одним словом – students. Але за віковими особливостями розвитку ми чітко знаємо, що ось до певного віку конче треба робити математику руками. І навіть після цього віку, як то кажуть, коли ми можемо руками, теж потрібно. Тому питання таке, на який вік у вас дібрані наразі вже експонати у цьому парку? Тобто, який мінімальний вхідний математичний рівень повинен бути у відвідувачів? Чи може це прийти батьки там з малими дітьми тощо?
Дякую за запитання. У шкільному курсі інформатики 3D-моделювання вже вивчається у 9 класі. Тому ми чекаємо 9-класників для практичної роботи. Ми працюємо зараз наразі зі студентами, запрошуємо учнів зі школи. Поки що у нас учні не доєдналися, але студенти 1-2 курсу дуже активно працюють. 3-го курсу студенти самостійно створюють моделі і ми їх друкуємо. Ті моделі, які вони створюють, ми співвідношення їхнє один до одного. Тобто те, що ви зараз бачите на екрані, це саме ось Платонові тіла. І у нас ми запрошуємо всіх бажаючих, обмежень по віку ми не даємо, тому що, як показує і групова робота, і гурткова робота з інформатики, учні з 7 класу вже готові до сприйняття саме ось таких моделей. Тим більше, коли вони, дійсно, дуже дякую, що коли цю модель ти бачиш віртуально, потім ти її роздруковуєш і ти можеш попробувати потрогати ту поверхню. Ми друкуємо такі класні поверхні, зараз я знайду. Ось, вона трошки не така, але в нас є ідентична поверхня. Да, Мар'яна Михайлівна, продовжіть, будь ласка, мою думку. Да?
Дякую. Ідея виникла в нас в тому, щоб у місті Вінниця створити, взагалі кажучи, ландшафтний парк. І ми подавали це на грант міської ради. І, на жаль, наш проєкт не зайняв перше місце. Це глобальний був проєкт на 1 мільйон гривень. Це ще в 2021 році. А тому в нас виникла ідея далі створювати міні-ландшафтні парки і віртуальні математичні парки. Тому ми це почали. І почали, звичайно, із Платонових тіл, але при вивченні функцій багатьох змінних, тобто, зокрема, кратних інтегралів, там дуже багато красивих, цікавих поверхонь, які можна потім буде у ці міні-ландшафтні парки у вигляді різних сидінь там, чи лавочок, чи ще чогось придумати. І от ми вивчаємо зі студентами других курсів, третіх курсів кратні інтеграли, ми робимо такі цікаві поверхні, а пізніше на такому віртуальному гуртку з 3D-моделювання от студенти вже моделюють оці поверхні, і ми будемо утворювати цілий міні-ландшафтний парк. Добре, що в нас є два 3D-принтери, малий і великий, і ми це робимо. Дякую.
Щиро дякую, шановні колеги. As Mariana Mikhайлівna and Olena Petrivna indicated, that not a museum, that really combination of workshop where everyone can create such surfaces, can combine the virtual and real, can indicate close connection between mathematics and physical reality. So such combination and call it the mini landscape, full landscape, park, etc. We hope that this project will be in not only in 1 million hryvnia, 1 million euro. It seems to be a good budget for such project. So I would like you to success both in your scientific research and both in budgeting of such project. Thank you.
Okay, we are thank you our speakers for interesting reports, for answers, and it's a miracle for translate the answers. And we invite the next speakers. The next speakers is Olga Pronina and Olena Petekova and Olena Brodnyuk, Irina Fedosova, and his report, the use of cluster analysis in during educational losses. Are you here? Are you ready,
Yes,
Olena, Olga?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, please.
One moment. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Olga. I'm docent at the Department of Computer Science, State Head of Education Institute при Azov State Technical University, Dnipro, Ukraine. I'm very glad to take part in these conferences. Together with my college, we offer a report to the topic, the use of cluster analysis in measuring education losses. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the education system around the world. In education, the organization of the educational process in Ukraine is significantly complicated by a full-scale war. These factors have forced changes to traditional form of education. All this leads to many problems related to learning in the particularly the tendencies for students to lose out on learning. Any form of overcoming learning losses, a control of knowledge and analysis of students' responses to takes of varying complexity. Educational losses are learning losses education with students navigate skills, knowledge gaps, failure to achieve the expected learning outcomes difficult by educational programs. Losses in education arise for various reasons and are of a natural, individual, and systemic, and they can also be of a difficult scale. These problems is began studied by scientists in different countries because learning loss significant problems that affects the education and life of students in general and disputes the sustainable development of the country. We have analyzed modern publication in this area. Scientists use different approaches to solving this problem, including cluster analysis for first-hand and assessing education losses. We have provided the result in more detail in the article. In order to investigate the complications of educational losses, it is advisable to use cluster analysis to identify groups of students with similar educational losses and develop targeted starting for complications for learning losses. Analysis the research, it was found that the optimal way to solve these problems is to use cluster analysis to measure and compensate for educational losses at the educational institute level. The ways to comparisons for educational losses are diagnostic of the students' analysis and assessment of primary knowledges, a work plan for compensation of knowledge directly, complication for educational losses, repeat diagnostic to make sure that the child has caught up with the necessary material. The calculation of learning losses is based on the result of education measurement in individual subjects of students. For this purpose, a function has been created that checks the availability of data for analysis. The present of list 2 columns from each subject which are used for calculation. The calculation itself, learning losses, are also according to a function that determines the maximum and minimum score in each subject by topic for each student. The percentage of the difference between the maximum and minimum score relative to the maximum in calculated using the following formula. We have development software for clustering data to measure education losses, all allowing students to be grouped according to various education. For implementation, it was 2000 Anaconda development. In the Python languages, programming, and a number of libraries. The Pandas library was also working with data. The Matplotlib library was chosen to visualization, and scikit-learn was solved to performance calculator itself directly. For interactive work with the use, an interface was created. The graphic design was created using Thinker library, which all of owns viewing the result in real time, showing in figure. To access education losses, a data sample was created that was generated directly at the level of the educational institute, Nicholas Secondary School of 1-3 grades, number 1, after Ikmenko of the Nicholas settlement. Council of the Donetsk region, students of 5-6 grades. Mathematics, Ukrainian languages, writing, and Ukrainian language literature reading were selected for analysis as core components of the national curriculum. These subjects collectively access analytical thinking, comparison, and literacy skills, which are fundamental across all disciplines. The distinctions between reading Ukrainian literature and writing Ukrainian language was made to enable more precise identification of specific skill defects. While other subjects such as science of foreign languages are also frail at the secondary level, this study focuses on core literacy and numeracy skills as the basic for identifying general learning losses. Future students may expand the dataset to include educational disciplines. The purpose of the experiment investigates the possibilities of using cluster analysis using Anaconda tools to MaSTEd learning losses of education seekers using data analysis comings and hierarchical clustering algorithms. Hierarchical clustering clearly demonstrate the class hierarchy and the optimal number of the cluster for the current sample, figure 1. The result of clustering when using comings algorithm are shown in figure 2. And the clustering results show with 3 distinction groups of students with difficult levels of engagement. Group A, green color, showed cancellation to high score in all subjects. Group B showed moderation scores with significant fluctuations in reading, and Group C, purple color, showed lower levels of engagement indication significant learning losses. These findings point to the need for differentiate institutional strategies. A study was also conditioned to identify the relationship between scores in different subjects, student skills. This is described in more detail in the article. A study was also conditioned to identify the relationship between score in difficult subjects. Skills, this is description in more detail in the article. The total level of learning losses for each student, we also calculated a fragment of the sample with the calculation in shown in table. The result of calculation learning losses for each student, tool that allows the teacher to observe the dynamic of studying the discipline. This also for timely response and the implementation of short-term or long-term activation to catch up to the material studies in parallel with the new material. Also, thanks to the calculation of education losses, the teacher can predict the overall grade for the subjects and timely inform parents about possible determination. Recommended for addressing learning loss, implemented together group tutorial bias in identifying cluster, provide educational result and education support for students in the cluster with the highest losses, conduct result of diagnostic using the developed software to monitoring progress, train teachers to adapt instruction for categories students groups, integrate socio-emotional support for students showing motivation and psychological learning losses. Consultants, the result of consultant learning losses for each student tool that always teach to absent the dynamics of studying the description. This allows for timely response and the implementation of short long activation to catch up all the material students in parallel with the new material. Also, thanks to the calculation of educational losses, the teachers can predict the overall grade for the subject and timely inform parents about positional determination. Using cluster with development software, it's possible to identify atypical concentration of students with significant learning losses. The development of my software was teacher to prioritize students based on the 70 of the learning loss and adapt the level of segmented accordingly. Cluster will all of teacher to personalized learning. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, yes, thank you for your interesting report. And we invite everyone to our discussion, and all can write the question in the chat or speak in the our discussions. Okay, I have a question. The first question: what validation methods were used to ensure the effectiveness of the Cummings algorithm in identifying meaningful student group beyond the statistical correlation observed between subject performance? Thank you.
Correlation, we are looking on correlation pairs, and validation was cross-validation for data.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question. Could you elaborate on how teachers implement different innovation strategies for each identified clusters, especially for students showing scientific learning losses?
Looking, when teacher looking for our class, they can understand this studying need more attention because here very big losses, and teacher can more sorry, one moment. More attention, more exercises for this student, and teacher can tell parents that we have a problem. We need to understand that why problem this time. And another teacher looking at this study is very good, very skilled, very hard teaching, and teacher can another attention and another exercise give this study that that study can be more cool, more attention, more big of study. I think I answer for your question. You understand?
Thank you, yes. Who want to answer the questions? Olga? Okay. If we know questions, thank you for your efforts, thank you for your interesting answers, and we invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Volodymyr Sokol. Volodymyr Sokol, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. So
okay, and
I'm
your
sharing my presentation. Is it visible to you? Yeah.
Okay, yes, I see your presentation. So, let's start.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. My name is Dr. Volodymyr Sokol, and today I'll be reporting on our work, curriculum recommendation system, which has been developed in scientific cooperation between RWTH Aachen University in Germany and National Technical University Kharkiv Polytechnic Institute in Ukraine. So, currently I'm scientific researcher in learning technologies group at RWTH Aachen, and I'm also head of innovation campus at Kharkiv Polytechnic University. So please connect if you are looking for further cooperation possibilities. But before we dive into technical details of this project, I would like to present the journey of Innovation Campus, which provide context of this work. The Innovation Campus was established in 2018, and by 2020, it was fully integrated into our computer science bachelor program at Polytechnic University and demonstrating rapid adoption. We saw the nice pictures of opening of our final location in January 22, just less than 1 month before the war started. And in 2023, we established a student exchange program with RWTH. So our educational efforts also received international recognition, and we were awarded a Silver Award in the European region or in the 2022 QS Reimagining Education Awards, and we also participated in 2 summits in 22 and 23. So the core pedagogical approach integrated into our bachelor study is a challenge-based learning. So challenge-based learning is described as an innovative pedagogical strategy that immerses students in real-world practical problems, requiring a collaborative, creative teamwork and critical thinking to find solutions. So we move away from traditional models towards student-oriented projects focused on the real-world problems. involving stages of research. Then they have to develop a solution and then implement it. And through this, students not only gain a subject knowledge or a hard skills, but also develop essential soft skills such as teamwork, such as communication, presentation skills, and so on. The primary goal of this project was to create a personalized individual learning path for each student. This shifts from the traditional, this involves shifts from traditional lectures towards challenges, and the technical foundation enabling this individual path within challenge-based learning is representing the course structure as a graph. So we present our courses and our challenges within courses as a graph. In this model, the course, the branch is equivalent to a course in the graph structure, and the challenge is a discrete part of the branch. And branches are structured as nodes in directed acyclic graph, providing a clear progression path. Subject serves as placeholders for competences, and each challenge is mapped into one or more subjects. You can see this on this slide. So to connect individual challenges to academic competences, we utilize a detailed mapping from subjects from challenges into subjects. As shown on this slide, each challenge can be mapped to one or more subjects. For instance, if a student makes a programming assignment, it then can contribute in different subjects such as programming, databases, web development, etc. And based on these accumulated percentages from completed challenges, a subject is defined as completed if more than 60% of its requirements are fulfilled. Within this graph-based course model, a recommendation is seen simply as a selection of challenges. So we have to select a certain path on a tree and propose them to students to participate in. Given the complexity of the course structure and the need for personalized learning in challenge-based learning, the goal is to recommend the most suitable set of challenges for students to undertake next, aligning with their learning path and objectives. And generating these recommendations isn't arbitrary. The process operates under a set of specific constraints to ensure that the recommendations are both practical and effective. This include graph constraints, which makes that we have to do all required challenges and branches before we can start the next one. So we must adhere the hierarchical order of branches and sequential arrangement of challenges within each branch. Meaning a task can be, or a challenge can be only taken if all prerequisites are met. We also have the definition of target subject. So that means that a student can select a set of target subjects which he definitely wants to complete or to accomplish, and we must include them into our set of selected subjects in their learning path. There is also a minimum total credit count, which, for instance, for bachelor study is 240 credits. So this amount should be achieved by a student. And finally, we assign weights for each challenge, how anticipated difficulty level with anticipated difficulty level of this challenge for a current student. The importance to calculate this anticipated level is quite high, and we use this by using the historical data from the previous students who already did that. I will show this a little bit later on. On this slide, you see architecture overview of the curriculum recommendation system. It was designed as a REST API to prioritize ease of integration with other services. And the API is the primary interface for generating personalized recommendation. We use the Flask for implementation of the REST API, and we also use the PostgreSQL for database. And the significant aspect of this work or this project is leveraging a vector database extension, which is called pgvector, and within the PostgreSQL to store user embeddings. And these embeddings are used to query similar users, and therefore we significantly reduce database traffic as we don't need to recalculate these recommendations for these weights for every recommendation. And we use the vector database similarity search capability, which eliminates the need of separate nearest neighbors implementation for searching the similar students. And we also develop a simple front end using React for user experience and visualizing the branch graph. I will not focus too much on the algorithm since we just estimate the grades for the current students using the information which we have from the historical data. And we do this by creating so-called performance vector. So for each subject, we have a performance score which ranges from 0 to 1, and that's a success factor of the student in the current course. And we combine all courses into one vector, and then we are able to use the capabilities of the vector database to find similar students with the same historical background in our system, and therefore by seeing their progress, we are able to estimate the progress of the current student, how he or she will be able to deal with a certain subject. And on this slide, you see an example computation where we select three nearest neighbors or 5 nearest neighbors. So basically, that's it with our project. So in conclusion, we say that we successfully achieved our objectives. So we developed and implemented a curriculum recommendation student utilizing a vector database for personalized and challenge-based learning. And there are still a lot of things where we can optimize, but the results are looking promising. Thank you for your attention, and please welcome to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for this interesting report. And we have a question. Dmitro, please.
Hello, my name is Dmitro. Thank you, Vladimir, for your presentation. I have rather two questions. Let's start from less technical one. It's maybe about more moral aspect of your work, because you tell that you are comparing progress of the of some present student with already existing progresses of the students in the past. So you
Exactly.
can define, let's say, trajectory of the present student, where he or she is, and what might be expectation from this trajectory. So how do you balance moral aspect of that? Because we are talking about people, and you are doing rather technical assessment, which can potentially lead to some subjective conclusions about people who are still people and not machines. So are there any mechanism, or I don't know, some rules you set in that, how you use this information?
I think, I mean, first of all, definitely a person who is under consideration, the student who is under consideration doesn't know anything about the former students. So that's kind of the anonymous guest. And we do this only when we have, you know, quite like two alternatives which are very similar, and we need to give a better suggestion for a student which one to take. I mean, they don't fit into the standard program, so they are electives, and we just use the performance of the former students. We just want to help student to select the best, let's say, possible path for them, which maybe it's not the how to say, the best way for them, or it will be the easiest way for them to get credits. Maybe it won't be the best one, but students are always they can actually, as I said before, select certain subjects which will be a must for them to study, and therefore they're able to adjust their learning path. We only suggest for them the so-called electives, where they are free to choose. So if student is certain that he wants to get this course, he is able to actually say this to us, or to actually take it into the learning path. But if he doesn't, or she doesn't care too much, we just suggest the easiest way.
Okay, thank you. So again, here I meant kind of teachers have access to this information, and it might inappropriate use or interpretation of the information might set some presets towards some students, and it might be used differently. Probably this kind of system, especially in Europe, needs to be accompanied by some, let's say, rules of usage for teachers to make it make it safe for students to not get negative consequence out of really positive initiative. And second question, because you also mentioned this constraint that you have directed graph and actually a sequence of tasks. And because you mentioned this constraint, and do you have like answer, or maybe you experimented, will something change significantly if you'll be able to let students to do like tasks in other sequences? I understand that in general in the course usually there are some sequence which leads to possibility to perform some next task, but sometimes it might be personal specific of people that they maybe can skip something, then come back, or they are ready to move to go through several steps to already access a much harder one. So why, like, do you have some experience, or did you try that, or are you planning to do something to have not only sequential direction of studying?
Actually, our tree is a very broad one, but we don't want to let students to skip some initial steps. Definitely, they could be some, for instance, already advanced students, for instance, in the programming task, where they can skip first initial steps during their study. But we don't want to give them this ability, because then it will be kind of the subject for other students to ask for such exceptional cases. So we just want to go straight forward. But as I said, our tree is quite broad one, so you can select subjects from different sequences. But we don't want to allow to skip some challenges.
Okay, and maybe then one more question, because it looks like there is some similarity with the unit Unit 42 or School 42 initiative, which was initially developed in France, as I know. Also, there was an attempt to implement it in Ukraine. Now it's closed, as I know. So what did you study from that initiative, maybe, and what you incorporated in your system already, what you got from that initiative?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you have a lot of details about our history. Definitely that we reused some of the let's say it called code system, which was used in the unit factory, and it was used to study students programming. So we reused some of the challenges, but now we use our own learning management system for that, because we were not able to change and to add something or to extend it or to add additional challenges in the tree. So we made our own learning management platform, and now we are extending it with the challenges from companies. They also want to give us additional projects, so we are able to train our students in the way the companies want them, so according to their processes, according to their rules, and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone would ask the questions. Okay, we have no questions. Thank you for your effort, for your answer, and we now invite the next speakers and the next presentation. The next speaker is Elena Sobko, and presentation multifactorial analysis of mobbing and behavioral decision in educational environments posed by NLP means. Olena, please.
Good day. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
Okay. Let me present research multifactorial analysis of mobbing behavioral science in educational environments. Posed by NLP means digital interaction in educational brings not only opportunities but also challenges like mobbing via online platforms. Mobbing is characterized by repetition, power imbalance, and emotional or social harm. NLP can help detect mobbing by analyzing text data from social media and forums, enabling automated monitoring. Addressing mobbing supports UN Sustainable Development Goals 3, 4, and 16. The purpose of study is to create a method for multifactorial analysis of mobbing behavior science in educational environment posed by NLP means, which allows not only to detect the presence of such signs, but also to analyze their intensity and direction. The main contribution of study is proposed method for multifactorial analysis of mobbing behavior science in educational environment posed by NLP means, which allows providing justified explained solution and can be adapted for different areas by changing the threshold values of the influence of behavioral scenes. Mobbing in online environment represents a specific form of physiological aggressions, but with distinct features. A key characteristic is the persistent targeting of a particular individual, making them the conditional focus of hostile actions. This behavior is not incidental, but systematic and deliberate. Another defining trait is repetition. Mobbing involves sustained ongoing attacks over time, allowing the aggressor to intensify physiological pressure. Additional, such communication typically exhibits negative emotional tone, with messages containing offensive, humiliating, or derogatory language directed at the victim. Mobbing as phenomenon can be mathematically represented through a set of features that characterize it. Formally, mobbing is defined as a set of features that reflect the presence of bullying elements in the text. Accordingly, mathematically, the mobbing model can be represented as a set described by a set of features, the formula of which are given on the slide, namely the overall mood towards a certain person, the overall frequency of mention of a person in the text, the intensity of negative mentions toward a certain person, and the overall sentiment of the text. This slide provides formulas for calculating the intensity of negative mentions in the text about a specific person, assessing the manifestation of mobbing and the overall intensity of mobbing in the text. Taking into account the mentional signs of mobbing, the method is proposed. The scheme of method is shown on figure and involves 6 stages. At stage 1, text data is pre-processed, which includes cleaning the text from unnecessary elements, such as specific characters and stop words. At stage 2, general analysis of text sentiment is performed, which is measure a numerical value that is compared with definite threshold from 0 to 1. If a positive sentiment level of exists the set threshold, conclusion is made that there is no mobbing in the post, and method ends at this stage, since mobbing is aimed at harassment and humiliation, which has negative focus as marker. Stage 3 occurs if sentiment level of the text is lower than the threshold value. At this stage, a search of named entities is carried out, limited exclusively to category of person. At stage 4, if the text contains named entities, they are grouped by mentional frequencies, which allows to identify those persons who are mentioned more than a certain number of times. At stage 5, which based on a grouping of person by frequency of mention, an in-depth sentimental analysis is performed for each the selected persons. Last stage 6 is analysis of negative mention intensity in the text. At this stage, number of the frequencies of negative statements over a certain period of time and determined, which allows assessing the overall intensity of mobbing manifestation. The scheme of converting input data into output data is shown on the figure. The study conducted a comparative analysis of 50 Ukrainian language texts evaluated by 4 experts. 34 texts had a negative tone and 16 positive, with the length of the studied fragments from 200 to 400 words, according to the parameters given in the table. In all fragments of the studied group, names were not repeated, and the number of persons discussed ranged from 0 to 10. The data obtained by experts were compared with implementation of proposed method. In website form, also to implement the proposed method, torch and transformers libraries were used to determine text general sentiment, and for sentiment regarding found named entities, stanza library was used to search for named entities. To analyze the sentiment for each of selected person at stage 5 proposed method, the MBERT model is used, which allows to determine the sentiment of statement regarding named entities, which are determined using stanza. At stage 3 and selected at stage 4 as most mentionable in the text for analysis. To find sentiment, the previous trained and tested Roberta model, retrained on Ukrainian text, was used. This model achieves high accuracy for different numbers of epochs and batch sizes, which is shown in the table. This table shows performance comparison of proposed method with the implemented software and the average result obtained by experts. The analysis of the obtained data demonstrates the effectiveness of development software based on proposed approach in determining the K parameters of mobbing. The analysis however, some discrepancies between the expert assessments and the software are still present. The overall average correlation between the expert assessment and the software exists 90% for most parameters, which indicates the possibility of automated mobbing detection in Ukrainian languages text. A multifactorial analysis of mobbing behavior science in educational environment posed by NLP means has been developed. It enables not only detection but also assessment of the intensity and direction of such behaviors, ensuring systematic interpretation on text data. The method demonstrates an average correlation with expert evaluation of 95.99%, confirming its potential for automatic mobbing detection in educational context. However, the approach has limitation. It is optimized for text between 200 and 400 words, lack robust pronoun resolution, and is best suited for small communicational groups. Future work will focus on addressing these constraints. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your report. And who have a question for our speaker? Okay, we have no question. I have a question for you. I have a few questions. Yes, the first question is, what modification would allow your system to recognize contextual clues when detection mobbing behavior signs there were mentioned as a current system limitation?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we can change threshold because different environments can tolerate different types of speaking. For gamers, for example, some phrases and words can be okay, but at the background of gaming, on the other hand, such words are prohibited in educational process.
Okay, thank you. And I have a next question, and then how do you determine the weight values from 1 to 4 in your mobbing mathematical model, and do this weight need adjustment for different educational settings or students' age group? Thank you.
We can change threshold, and for these formulas return values from 0 to 1, and when we want to implement this method for some educational environments, we can choose threshold from 0 to 1 also.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is from Sergey Semerikov, please.
Thank you, Olena. Thank you, Tatiana. I have some question regarding of both your algorithm and data. First of all, what was the source of your data with the text of different tonality that some expert must investigate on the is this text related to mobbing or not related? What was the source?
Thank you for your questions. We use pre-trained Roberta model, and for train this model, we use dataset sentiment post COVID-19 from Kaggle.
In which language was this data set?
This data set in English, but we translate this post by libraries, Python libraries. Google
Olena,
Translate.
when we translate a real Ukrainian speech, so we need a real Ukrainian expert for assessment this speech. So, do your team have an expert which can assess if in Ukrainian, some Ukrainian context, this text was positive or negative? For example, a real home chat. Любі засранці, коли ви нарешті перестанете залишати сміття на крильці будинку. It can be treated as negative, but the title, the prefix "любі засранці" is related to any communication our home supervisor. So I understand that you use pre-trained and you use translated, but I would like to indicate that we need a real text, the real text, and moreover, the home chat, the building chat is exciting source for this. And the next part, what the algorithm you use for name entity recognition, or you also use bidirectional network Roberta to make entity recognition?
Thank you for questions. We use Stanza library for named entities detection.
You use standard library, or you try to use from a lang.org UA microservices for Ukrainian name entity recognition, or it will be in future?
Stanza working with Ukrainian text, and it's not a problem for our task.
Thank you. And last but not least, do you try it? When testing your fine-tuned system, to involve it as, for example, as an agent in a real chat for some signs to the chat administration that tonality is not positive, negative?
Thank you for question. Yes, we take this text from chats, working chats, and this is a real experiment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we thank you for your report, for your presentation, for your answers the questions, and for all who asked the questions. And we invite the next speaker and the next presentation. The next speaker is Olga Potapchuk and her teams, and her presentation using augmented reality technologies to create an interactive educational digital content. Olga, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay. Dear colleagues, we present the results of our research on the topic using augmented reality technologies to create interactive educational digital content. long-term process of digital globalization requires introduction and adapting digital technologies in the sphere of human activity. In its process, digital transformation is thought to require the introduction of innovation in the use of digital technologies in the educational process. This problem requires thinking approaches to creating educational content to develop student critical thinking, creativity, and independence. Studies show that using digital content in the educational process, which is formed based on visual modeling and interactive multimodal content, increases students' activity and improves their creative approach to learning, allowing them to increase their interest in learning materials. The purpose of study is to reveal the possibilities of using augmented reality technologies to create interactive educational digital content and to verify the feasibility of their implementation in the educational process. AR technology plays a critical role in creating an interactive hybrid learning environment and developing digital skills. Thus, the use of augmented reality technologies in the educational process ensure the implement of creates a sense of reality, increases attention and environment in learning, contribute to better understanding of the material, stimulate creative thinks, provides flexibility to the educational process, provides experience and difficult of assets in the real life, safe space and time, creates a safe environment for learning. It should be noted that the use of using tools in the educational process does not allow one to completely replace traditional teaching methods that have been used for many years, but it can significantly supplement him. We have analyzed the most popular AR applications that are advisable to integrate into educational process to create interactive educational digital content. Application different in that they are used in different application areas and have different functionality. It is worth noting that the analysis software uses different content visualization technologies, markerless, marker, and denouncing methods. In the context of this study, the most important criteria were indefinite. Accessibility, functionality, flexibility, productivity, modifiability, cross-platform, interpretability. Was it on the result of expert evaluation of the most popular application? We have determined that the MaSTEd software is the most appropriate for integration in the educational process according to the most significant criteria. MaSTEd allows you to display and interact with 3D objects, literally holding them in your hands. The model learning looks like a cup with on-key markers on its software that active various virtual scenes and objects through application on smartphone or tablet. The cup integrates with the cloud-based MaSTEd system, which includes a variety of educational applications aimed to studying science, technology, mathematics, and other disciplines. The user feels like it is holding various virtual objects in his hands, which can be rotated and explored from all sides. This augmented reality technology allows not only to visualize 3D object, but also to place video, text, animation, and audio, which expands to opportunities for studies to better absorb educational material. Another significant advance of this development is the possibility of using this match-up in contribution with virtual reality glasses. Due to the fact that the objects are visualized against the background of the real world that would like realistic. During the study of the problem of using augmented reality technologies to create interactive educational digital content, a pedagogical experiment was conducted to allow a student of study various educational materials on the operation of individual technical mechanism, physical process, the architecture of personal computer, the construction of working notice robotic system. We used the capabilities of MatchCap to visualize this complex educational material. Analysis of the survey result made it possibility to state the students are interested in using the latest learning tools that allow them to develop special things, design skills, and understanding of process. Considering the need, interest of studies in the environment approach to learning, which also implied the introduction of augmented reality technologies to create interactive digital content, we see prospect for future research in the creation of methodological materials for teacher, taking into account the specialist of professional training, as will at the organization and conduct of relevant training seminar. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting report, and we invite to ask the questions all of you. Someone would ask the Okay, I have a questions. The first questions: in what ways could the Match Group platform be modified to accommodate diverse learning needs, including those of students with disabilities?
Thank you for your questions. This technology can be used in a big group and for a little group. Because this technology can be used student in your phone or tablet.
Okay, thank you. And I have the next question. Which additional academic subjects would see the greatest advantage from using these technologies, and what specific types of interactive content would work best to these areas? Thank you.
As a co-author, I want to add.
Okay.
We use this as an introduction to the AR and VR technology. So in the future, we can also integrate it into like subject of the smart technologies, when we not only can show how the AR technology maps this mesh cube to the real 3D model, but also we can integrate it to the 3D modeling to show the students how we can not just create a simple model in Blender or other tool, but just put it more in live. And also for the For the curriculum, when we have the programming, we can include even the programming side of the AR technologies, because we have the foundation for it, and we have the principles explained to the students that we will next show and explain a bit on the technical side.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone will ask the questions. Okay, Sergey, good luck, please.
Thank you, this team, for exciting talk. But I remember your presentation in previous period related to historical reconstruction. You used 3D modeling to reconstruct these objects that were destroyed by communists, etc. So, is it possible to use augmented reality technology to make such a kind of virtual reconstruction of cathedrals, of the missed paths of building, etc.?
Thank you for your questions. Yes, this technology can be integrated, and this is the perspective of our research.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we thank you for your effort, for your answers for the questions, and we invite the next speakers and the next presentation. The next speakers is Oksana Kluchko or her teams, and his presentation of automation of plagiarism and AI detection in IT students papers with the software tools using API. Alexander Sharigin or Oksana Kluchko, please share the screen.
Hello. Thank you for opportunity to share our findings of our research. Do you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, currently, from the one hand, the internet contains a large amount of information, and this amount of constantly growing. From the other hand, systems based on artificial intelligence are actively developed and used, which are capable of generating almost any information content. These two factors create the prerequisites for unscrupulous researchers who present materials found on the internet or generated by AI as their own scientific results. It also applies to some of students which use AI and use other people's ideas. Therefore, the problem of detecting plagiarism in students' work is very important task, and the solution to this task usually falls on the shoulders of lecturers or higher education institutions. There are various classifications of plagiarism types, summarizing different classifications. The following main types of plagiarism can be distinguished. This list is present on the current slide. Plagiarism detection software has been developed since 1990s. Nowadays, scientists have made a significant contribution to solving this problem of automatic verifications of students' academic texts, but the sources and types of plagiarism are constantly changing, and new ones are emerging. So the purpose of the study is to automate the routine work of higher education lecturers in checking IT students' papers for plagiarism and AI detection by developing a software application using the API to search plagiarism and fragments of text code generated by AI. The research was conducted through an empirical analysis of various API-based services to detect plagiarism and AI-generated content in academic texts. The methodology involved the creation and classification of text datasets and the systematic testing of external services using these text datasets. All text fragments that we used in this research are related to IT. For the purposes of the study, two distinct datasets were compiled. One is for evaluating AI-generated content detection, and another one is designed to assess the accuracy of plagiarism detection. So these datasets are the following. For AI detection, first dataset is AI-generated texts, which were generated using a previous version of ChatGPT. And our assumption that these existing services would handle AI detection for these cases. Next dataset is content generated by GPT, the latest version, GPT 4.0. And the last subset is DS13. It's original academic texts from dissertations written before the emergence of generative AI. So there is not even the theoretical possibility that text fragments were generated with the help of AI. For plagiarism detection, these subsets are the following. It's public academics texts, so the existing scientific articles, dissertations, works, and we expected to find plagiarism in these documents because this information already exists in the internet and public. That data subset, another data subset is for new not published texts, is fragments of new texts which were not published yet, and we expected not to find plagiarism in these fragments because they are new and not published. And the last data subset is text fragments generated by different versions of AI text generation, and we expected also not to find plagiarism in these fragments. The analysis of API services outputs on various categories of text fragments reveal the occurrence of both type 1 errors, false positives, and type 2 errors, false negatives. To prove the statistical significance of the result and justify that the selected number of fragments is sufficient for reliable conclusions, we conducted a power analysis using the Cohen method. The calculated result was 57, so when expecting the large effect, the sample is sufficient for the study because the power of subset which I presented before exceeds the obtained value. If we talk about AI detection and plagiarism detection services, you can see that Turnitin is a well-known plagiarism detection service, but is not directly accessible to individual users. Access to Turnitin requires an institutional license, so there is a need to consider other tools for detecting plagiarism and AI-generated text. Also, an important requirement for such services is the availability of an API that allows them to be integrated into the educational environment. The list of services we reviewed for AI detection is shown on the current slide. We conducted an AI detection using each of services for data subsets DS1, 2, and 3, which were presented earlier. Our testing shows that Grammarly, Sapling, and Writer do not allow detecting AI in text fragments. Possible reasons could be in unsupported languages, specific subject areas of text fragments. Results shown on first two tables, these two. shows that differences between text generated by the latest GPT and older version are not relevant. GPT-0 and Eden AI's results have a large number of false positive papers which do not contain AI-generated text. The best results are obtained using undetectable AI. There is only 10% of false positives. Results given by OpenAI and ZeroGPT are worse, but also acceptable. The list of services for plagiarism detection are shown on slide 9 on the current slide. We conducted a plagiarism detection using each of the services for data subsets 21, 22, and 23. So results shown that almost all the services do not generate false positives. And there are issues with OpenAI only, which tries to find sources even for original text. And the same results were obtained for text fragments generated by AI. All services except in OpenAI found no plagiarism in them. GPT-0, Winston AI, and Eden AI can be considered as good candidates for plagiarism detection because the percentages of errors are less than 11. It saves time for lecturers who check students' paper. We decided to create an API and integrate it into services that are used for communication between students and lecturers in the educational process. The service is an aggregator and wrapper over several external services described before. There is one main endpoint which allows for uploading of a document and starts a process of AI and plagiarism detection. This figure shows the process of initiating document processing. It's triggered by a document submitted by a student. It should be possible to manage users of external API, so enable and or disable them, set API keys. API keys are needed for the paid versions of the services. For the current version of API, we implemented this functionality based on application settings, configuration of services. An example of this fragment is shown on current slide. It consists of 3 main sections: settings for AI detection, for plagiarism detection, and cache settings. We introduced a caching mechanism, and caching of responses allows to save locally results retrieved from external APIs, and it allows to minimize costs needed for paper processing. So this mechanism reuses results of processing from previous attempts. It means that external API will be called only for new or edited text fragments. The flow chart of this process is shown on current slide, and this flow chart is simplified and just shows the concept. The real process is asynchronous, and the initial endpoint finishes its works after asynchronous calls of external services. Responses from external services trigger the second part of flow. So the conclusion is that we reviewed the problem of plagiarism and AI detection in the educational process. Automation of this process allows lecturers to not do routine work, but spend time on truly creative aspects. We analyzed existing services for plagiarism and AI detection, tested them on a number of documents grouped by certain criteria. The main conclusion that plagiarism detection, some services shows good results, really good results in plagiarism detection, but if we talk about AI generated content detection, that it's not so accurate, so we can use it only as suggestive mechanism. We developed an API that acts as an aggregator and a wrapper for external APIs, and developed API can be integrated into tools and pipelines that are used for communication between students and lecturers. The proposed system helps reduce the time spent by the lecturer on checking student work and simplifies the process as a whole. This system is a convenient tool for maintaining academic integrity by checking the originality of student work. And also, the further research directions are following. It's multi-user support because currently software supports only one API key per platform. Integration with existing educational platforms and UI components for visualization of AI plagiarism detection results. Thanks so much for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you for your interesting report, and we invite all of you for ask the questions, and we have first question from Dmitro Antonyuk. Dmitro, please.
Thank you for your presentation. It was interesting, and I have a question about AI detection part. You also mentioned that it doesn't work perfectly now, but it helps. It gives lecturer some ideas. Did you try to compare the results of the work of your system and actually a situation when lecturer himself or herself reads and get some idea was AI hardly used here or not? Because AI usage is topic in itself about how to use that and so on. Because so did you compare your result with the result of typical humans who are detected AI usage in some way, just reading the text? Because sometimes it might be a problem, sometimes it might be not problem, some AI usage. I think now it's mostly in every text you will see some AI usage. Later it will be just more and a situation, not an issue, let's say. So did you compare the results of your system to the results of the human? I mean, because in some type of work, AI usage is not a problem as such, but a problem might be appropriate usage. Either there are some ideas, original ideas of student, or there are no ideas. So how you compare your work of your system to like simple guessing or simple like not simple but educated guess of the lecturer himself or herself?
Thank you for your question. Well, I don't have a statistic of such a comparison, but in short, yes, for the moment, in AI detection, human works better than automatic AI.
Okay, thank you.
So human recognizes more than, and also there is less % of false negatives, because some services produces false negatives, which yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question from Sergei Semerikov. Sergei, please.
It's not a question, it's a kind of a remark to both Dmitro Sergeyevich and the presenter team. I tried to use GPT-0 to almost 200 own text in English, published in 10 years. And I see that almost all the text were used to train the related model, which GPT-0 used. I got almost 19% of false positive that my text since 19th century, almost 19th century, are written using artificial intelligence. Moreover, my new text that were written together with Grammarly as not as a generative tool, but as a tool to enhance the text presentation and other parties. I got on paper abstract 100 pencils from GPT-0 that this AI generated. Standard abstract structured according to the journal requirement. Regarding text, I got 95 pencils, 97 pencils that my original paper is AI generated. So the human confidence and human expert still invaluable in this case. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Which tool did you use for AI detection?
GPT-0.
Okay.
GPT-0, I use only free version and I attempt to a different part of my text. From beginning, using abstract keywords and some paragraph, especially in the middle of paper, some paragraph and conclusions. And I got almost all is false positive from GPT-0.
Yeah, the best result we got is undetectable AI. It's the minimum the minimum percentages of false positive.
Also, we experimented with one, at least, strike plagiarism, the AI detection, and I attempted to completely generate text, which was slightly edited by me. And on completely generated text, I got the level of originality almost 100%. So really, 2 years ago, OpenAI closed their project on AI detection. It seems to be an unsolved problem, at least at this moment.
Yes, and it's the same as results of this investigation
So
research.
your approach when you try triangulate the different sources, the classical algorithm to detect plagiarism, the output from different AI detectors is really good. We at least can get some less false positive detection.
Okay, thank you for your discussion, but I have one question for our authors. What teaching strategies could work alongside these detection tools to help students better grasp academic integrity when AI-generated content is becoming commonplace? What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Automation of this process even doesn't allow student to commit this paper, which has a big percentage of having plagiat inside it. So automation of this process allows for teachers even not to spend his or her time to review these papers with large amount of plagiarism.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, we thank you for your presentation, for your effort, and for discussion from Sergei, from Dmitro. And we
And
now
I would like to invite the next presenter, but I would like to present this talk. Sofia Ilkova and her team, among her team, Pavlo Volodymyrovich Merzlikin. Both Sofia and Pavlo are heroes of this week. Sofia got first or two place or among winners of the information technology section for the Junior Academy of Sciences. I hope that this or another project, both Sofia and Pavlo will be presented next year or this on the Genius Olympiad. So, Tatiana, could you start the official invite to present this paper?
Okay, we invite Sofia Ilkova and her presentation, LLM-driven educational game for conflict mediation training in Ukrainian wartime conditions. Sofia, please.
Yes, thank you. I will share the screen. I hope you can see it. And first of all, thank you so much for your congratulations. So we will start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ilkova Sofia, and I'm a 10th grade student at the Ukrainian American Lyceum. Today, I present your project, LLM-driven educational game for conflict mediation training in Ukrainian wartime conditions. I'm glad to give this talk in behalf of our team of authors, Pavlo Volodymyrovich Merzlikin, candidate of Physics and Mathematical Sciences, Associate Professor of the Department of Informatics and Applied Mathematics of Kryvyi Rih State Pedagogical University, and Natalia Volodymyrovna Moisenko, candidate of Physics and Mathematical Sciences, Associate Professor of the Department of Informatics and Applied Mathematics of Kryvyi Rih State Pedagogical University. Relevance. In wartime, the number of conflicts is increasing, and mediation is an effective tool for peaceful dispute resolution. However, there is a lack of available tools for its study. Our purpose solution, which combines mediation training with the usage of LLM, has no analogs and is particularly relevant. On this slide, you can familiarize yourself with the scientific component. A comparison was made with the indirect analogs according to the following criteria: free of charge, instant access, mediation training, and the usage of LLM. As a result of the study, it was found that there are no direct analogs to a proposed solution. One of the existing games offered training of the basics of mediation with LLM. So based on the convenience and availability, we choose Gemini 1.5 Flash, PyCharm environment, PyGame library, and the graphic editors. And now, dear audience, I would like to draw your attention to the UML class diagram. Here is presented the code structure of our game. Interaction with Gemini was implemented, IP key was obtained, and the prompt request was configured. You can see the code on the screen. Gemini has many components that affect generation, and one of them is temperature, which determines the level of naturalness in generated answers. Respondents were offered 50 questions with different temperature to assess on a 10-point scale how similar the generated answers is to human speech. According to the results of the study, it was found that the optimal value is 0.8. A QR code is displayed on the screen, by scanning which you can follow the link and download the game. And now let's move on to the demonstration. First of all, you can see the start page, and we are opening the game. We can go to the assistant because he can help us to clarify the details about what mediation is, which strategies can be used, or methods, and of course, during the game, he can help us with his advices. So after clarifying these details, we are going to the first side of our conflict. So generally in the game, we have two scores. It's trust and willingness to the compromise. First of all, we have to raise the level of trust, because only after this, character will trust us in order to tell his or her problem. So as you can see, when we add some points to it, our character becomes to be very happy. So it can be seen on the portrait. Also, when he is sad or she is sad, the portrait is changing. And in such a way, we are speaking about interest and hobbies, and our trust level is rising, as you can see here. There. After this, we can go to the next side of the conflict and also resolve his problems. After each passage, new characters, personalities, and interest will be generated. This makes the game interesting, and unlike the real life, it is possible to roll back the conflict and introduce a mediation strategy evolution. In general, there are 4 strategies in mediation. Integration, aimed at finding a solution. Pressure involves narrowing down the options. Compensation consists in expanding the options. Inaction, which means not interfering in the negotiation process. With the help of the created game, it became possible to evaluate the effectiveness of these strategies. An experiment was conducted. The same conflict was generated, and after 20 replicas of each strategy, we found which strategy was the best based on the points scored. Our results are shown in the diagram. In this conflict, compensation was the best. The lesson was held with the 10th grade students using this created game. At the end, feedback was received. Approbation. Based on the results of the work, an article was published in the journal STE Workshop Proceedings. A silver medal was received in the National Informatics Ukraine competition, and the work won the 2nd place at the 3rd stage of the All-Ukrainian competition held by the Junior Academy of Science. A review of the work was received from a president of the Ukrainian Association of Mediation Judges, Kryvyi Rih, who confirmed that our game can be used for educational purposes. Conclusion. The direction of mediation in our country is only emerging, so a comparison of products showed the absence of similar solutions, which only confirmed the need to create our innovate game. The optional temperature, here's the slide. So the optimal temperature indicator was determined. For the first time, the possibility of mediation strategy evaluation was demonstrated. A game application based on LLM was developed, which helps users master mediation skills through interactive experience. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting report, and we invite all of you for taking part of discussion and ask the question. Who can have a question for our authors? For Sophia? Okay, if we no have a question at the time, I have a question. Okay, my first question is that what methods could measure how well the skills learned in this Ukrainian mediation game actually help people resolve real conflicts in their communities? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Actually, mediation is considered to be a soft skill, so we can't count as good our pupils have learned it. And unfortunately, there is no school course with which we can compare our game. But nevertheless, we have tested it on our students. Here you can see in the picture with. At the end, we even had their feedback from them, and we at least find out that they would like to continue researching this area and finding something new about mediation, and of course, using it on practices.
Okay, thank you. And I have next questions. How would the system need to change to work effectively in our war zones with different cultural backgrounds? And would those change affect with a mediation approach work best? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, our game can change really easily. It can be wrote in the prompt in this part of the code. Actually, we can adapt it to any case that is needed. For example, we can set up the particular conflict that you will need for the lesson. And you can write there any details that you would like our LLM to generate to you. So it can be adapted everywhere to everyone in any country. It just have to be written in the main code.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, thank you for your questions. Sorry, thank you for your report and for your answers for my questions. And we invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Svetlana Litvinova and Natalia Reshevska, and presentation Mobile Learning under martial law, the role of mobile application in student educational activities.
Thank you, Pani Tatiana. I watch our presentation.
1 second, we see the black. Oh, yes, we see your presentation. You can start.
Screen. I don't know what you watch.
We see your presentation.
Dear Svetlana Grigorievna, we see the PowerPoint in the not slide mode. It seems to be you may share your screen instead of PowerPoint only. Could you try to start your slides?
I don't know why you start, but are you start? No?
No, at least we see your first slide, and in case it's that slide, one more time.
I don't know why. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear college. We present research mobile under martial law, the role of mobile application in students' educational activities. The martial law in Ukraine has changed the forms and means of access to educational position, creating challenges for students and teachers. In this context, mobile device and applications appear not only an additional learning tools, but as a critical important platform in ensuring in continuous educational process. Not all countries in the world support the use of mobile phones in the educational process, justifying this by concepts such as distraction, cyberbullying, low attention span, and mental health risks. Specifically, countries such as France, China, and Sweden have implemented a restriction on a complete ban of the use of mobile device in schools. The main motivation for this is to create a favorable learning environment without unnecessary distractions. At the same time, in our other countries, such as Finland and USA, mobile phones are widely used to educational purposes as a means of accessing learning materials and a tool for interactive learning. However, Ukraine has had a positive experience with the application of mobile learning since 2009, as evidenced by the scientific works of schools whose students the impact of mobile technologies on increasing motivation and learning outcomes. Considering the needs of blended and distance learning for instant messages and emergency change in learning forms, mobile phones are becoming an indispensable tool for the both learning in crisis conditions and communications. A tool is one solution. Main advanced mobile learning, the ability to receive educational informed answer to questions, the ability to read ebooks, listening to podcasts, access to educational tools, use of educational programs and videos, educational games, access to electronic libraries. Changing the forms of learning from synchronous and synchronous, participation in virtual learning communities. We asked ourselves, do we teachers and research truly understand what students need? Which application have students installed on their mobile phone to support learning, communication, and personal development? This question led to the formula of a scientific need to thoroughly study to the mobile learning environment created by students themselves, and analytics of students' practice in used mobile app during martial law revealed not only their adaptivity, but also a conscious digital selectivity. These findings forms the basis for research questions related to the role of mobile learning in ensuring the resilience of the educational process, supporting students' psychological well-being, and fostering the development of their personal competencies. We conduct a survey of 962 students aged 10-18 from 6 regions of Ukraine to analyze the frequency goal and tips of application used and used toward gaming learning. We established that these apps were installed by students at the teacher's request. Google Classroom, Zoom, Teams, Нові знання, Моя школа, Viber, Google Meet, Weasel. And these others were to their own needs. It's Duolingo, Photomath, ChatGPT, Viber, and Spotify, Telegrams, Minecraft, TikTok, Roblox, and other apps for communication and gamification. We analyze these statistics, and recommends were developed during a discussion with teachers about mobile learning issues. Students use mobile phone for completing homework, 95%. Students believe that mobile phones help them learn better, 80%. student would like to use more educational applications in school, 70%. Students believe that mobile phones help them develop creative abilities, 60%. Recommendation for teachers. Purposeful use for mobile device. Selection of high-quality mobile applications. Clear guidelines for device usage. Promotion of active and collaborate learning. Consideration of device and diversity and students' digital literacy. Personalized and differentiated learning. Balanced combine of instruction methods. Conclusions. Mobile learning is gaining popularity due to the accessibility to mobile device and the ability to study anytime and anywhere. Its effectiveness is driven by gamification, interactivity, and personalized educational content. Educational mobile apps provide continuous access to learning materials, which is especially important to remote and hybrid education. Mobile learning enhances educational accessibility and quality and has significant development potential in Ukraine school. Thank you for attention.
Okay, yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are really excited your presentation, but I have at least one question. 4 years ago, when we started with mobile learning, all software was only in English and not based on any Ukrainian context, etc. But at least at 2 your slides, I have seen already clearly Ukrainian software, MyZNO, etc. As for today, which approximately percent of Ukrainian mobile apps are used by the students in 2 ways. First, as you said, the software that was proposed by teachers, and second, that apps that students installed on your own. Which approximate percent the parts of Ukrainian software on the mobile phones of our students?
Can I answer in Ukraine?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Значить, відсоток українського програмного забезпечення, які учні встановлюють собі на мобільний телефон, менше 1%. Ми його навіть тут не показували, тому що це на 1000 учнів, які ми провели дослідження, практично тільки те, що стосується підготовки до зовнішнього незалежного оцінювання і таке програмне забезпечення, яке стосується електронного журналу. Ви бачили там кілька таких застосунків. Все, що стосується навчання, практично немає. Ніхто не використовує. В чому причина? В тому, що вчителі не дають можливості учням це встановити на мобільний телефон як навчальний засіб. А учні, відповідно, і не знають, що таке програмне забезпечення може бути. От на сьогоднішній день є ця колізія. Є ця колізія, що дуже багато застосунків є на сьогоднішній день англомовних і є україномовні, але їх чомусь ніхто не використовує. Ні вчитель не дає рекомендації учням, ні учні не використовують, тому що вони зацікавлені, як ви бачили на іншому слайді, абсолютно в інших речах, в комунікації, гейміфікації.
Ну, принаймні, я сподіваюся, що хоча б той TikTok, який, як то кажуть, найбільший відсоток, вони використовують українською мовою. А взагалі, щодо, як то кажуть, мови програмного забезпечення і мови, які вони використовують на власних пристроях, які є там тенденції?
Ну, дивіться, значить, для вивчення іноземних мов дуже багато, великий відсоток використовує Duolingo. Дуже великий відсоток. Це перше. По-друге, звичайно, TikTok вони шукають не україномовний, а той, який їх цікавить. Ну, якщо є англійською мовою, вони його дивляться англійською. Якщо українською мовою їх зацікавило, вони дивляться українською мовою. Але в основному це розважальні речі. YouTube, TikTok. Але тут же і виникають певні проблеми, як психологічні, ну, а відповідно і залежності від цих відеофрагментів на сьогоднішній день дуже значна у учнів.
Дякую, Світлана Григорівна. Ну, тоді стає зрозумілим, чому, як то кажуть, значна кількість зусиль, які спрямовані, ну, відверто на українізацію нашого освітнього процесу тощо, вони поза формальними межами цього процесу просто розбиваються.
От ви правильно зірвали в мене прямо з вуст, що я хотіла сьогодні озвучити, що на сьогоднішній день реалізується значна кількість таких застосунків, як «Мрія». Ви знаєте, що всеукраїнська школа онлайн, і на сьогоднішній день менше 30% вчителів використовує всеукраїнську школу онлайн, а учні ще менше, щоб ви розуміли. А «Мрія», яка на сьогоднішній день популяризується як додаток саме для мобільного телефону, встановлена всього в 50 школах, і учні там активно його також не використовують. От в чому проблема. Вони шукають інше. І ще одне такий посил для сьогоднішньої дискусії, що якби ми придивилися, що цікавить учнів, наприклад, той же Roblox, його можна було б включити в освітній процес, як створення певної гри. У нас є такі, значить, в курсі інформатики в школі вивчення, де вони будують анімацію. Будь ласка, можна було б використати. Але це не використовується, розумієте? Тобто у нас є дві паралельні речі. Те, що потрібно учням, от навіть ЗНО, вони там нам писали, що дуже слабо на мобільні телефони, дуже мало таких тренінгових речей, да? От відпрацювання навичок, там всього іншого, дуже мало. Чому у нас не розвинена ця галузь, не знаємо. Але подальші дослідження у нас спрямовані саме от на впровадження державних таких речей і їх ефективність. І вплив, відповідно, на освітній процес. Тому що вчителю треба одне, учню друге, стиковки немає, і в такому разі...
Користуючись випадком, Світлана Григорівна, можливо, як один із відповідних напрямів на іншій секції, там, де, власне, методика навчання хімії, там Ольга Григорівна була і ще одні автори підручників з хімії. Але що я побачив, що в тих підручниках, яких є, вони там пропонують WordWall для використання тощо, але використання виключно, ну, ось, умовно, десктопний варіант чи у браузері. Можливо, якщо ми будемо, ну, намагатимося, принаймні, орієнтувати додаткові матеріали для підручника саме на мобільні телефони, може це хоч трохи зможе, як то кажуть.
От саме це. От розумієте, наше дослідження розпочнеться тільки в наступному році, це ми до нього так глобально готуємося, я всіх просто попереджаю, що могли б показати ще більше даних. Але от саме невикористання мобільного застосунку, мобільного телефона і застосунків на цих мобільних телефонів для підтримки освітнього процесу, те, що ви сказали, Сергій Олексійович, от на сьогоднішній день є проблема. Я думаю, що ми загалом, ну, разом з такою потужною науковою кампанією запропонуємо саме в цьому напрямі рекомендації для Міністерства освіти, щоб додатки до підручників або зошитів надавались саме в мобільних версіях. Оце було б дуже добре.
Щиро дякую, Світлана Григорівна. I'm sorry for extended question, but I think we have a lot another question to this team. Tatiana?
Okay, we have a first question in the chat from Andriy Stryuk. What impact might heavy mobile apps used during wartime have on students' social skills? Since the study mentions face-to-face interaction as a challenge.
Так, зараз ми подивимося, вибачаюся, гляну сюди більш детально на це запитання.
Я можу прокоментувати це про проблеми, власне, соціальних навичок, які зараз через переважно дистанційний формат навчання і так страждають. І використання інтенсивне мобільних, от наскільки це впливає на формування соціальних навичок у дітей?
Так, дякую. Про соціальні навички, коли вони використовують мобільні застосунки. Чесно кажучи, ми не очікували, що саме соціальні навички розвиваються, якщо у них в руках є мобільний телефон. По-перше, це ви Viber бачили, ну, скажімо так, він нікуди у нас не дінеться, але це комунікація. По-друге, освітня комунікація за допомогою різних застосунків. І по-третє, вони, коли знаходяться в кризових ситуаціях, ну, наприклад, повітряна тривога чи ще щось, вони можуть один одному писати в чатах підтримку, що не хвилюйтесь, я тут поруч, я тут і так далі, і так далі. От у мене там зірвало дах на 9-му поверсі в зв'язку з бомбуванням чогось, і вони один одному миттєво тут же пишуть. От якраз соціальні навички з використанням мобільних засобів, вони не втрачаються. Якраз вони для комунікації. І ви бачили там якраз діаграма друга, що в основному вони використовують мобільні застосунки для комунікації. І вона дуже потужна. Ну, як і позитив, звичайно, є і негатив, але вона потужна саме через мобільні телефони.
Дякую. Ну і можна я додам, у нас там є ще питання, але хотів додати також своє спостереження. Все виховання та й навчання, воно починається з сім'ї, і інтенсивне використання і в сімейному спілкуванні мобільних засобів також впливає на те, що діти між собою інтенсивніше використовують такої соціальної комунікації.
Дякую за доповнення. Так, саме з сім'ї.
We had a question from Svetlana Skvortsova, please.
I'm sorry. Я хотіла доповнити попередню відповідь на питання Сергія Олексійовича. Я хотіла зазначити про те, що положення про конкурс підручників в Україні передбачає обов'язковий електронний додаток до підручників. І якщо говорити про початкову школу, то в початковій школі вже широко використовується на уроках. В даному разі я буду говорити про математику, бо я є співавтором підручника з математики. Електронні додатки, інтерактивні вправи, то от зверніть увагу ось на початкову ланку, мені здається, що вона більш просунута в цьому контексті. Це було доповнення, це не питання, вибачайте.
Тепер відповідь на ваш коментар. Я хочу сказати, що я керівник проєкту «Розумники», і відповідно в «Розумники» зроблена повністю вся лінійка застосунків apps на мобільному телефоні від 1 по 4 клас математика, українська мова. Я про це точно знаю, тому підтримка тут є. А ще я голова комісії з інформатики щодо експертизи підручників. Тому я все, що про застосунки, знаю ще в такому аспекті, що вони недосконалі, вони на сьогоднішній день, ну, скажімо так, розраховані на те, що видавництвом підтримується якийсь простий абсолютно портал, на якому там 5-7 питань, 5-7 відповідей. От і все. Тобто дуже слабо в цьому плані розвинено. А все, що стосується мобільних застосунків, то дуже слабо. Ну, просто є...
Можна додам, як мати дитини, яка якраз навчається в початковій школі, за всю початкову школу, ми якраз зараз завершуємо 4 клас, у нас не було жодного застосунку до жодного предмету, тобто ми не використовували жодні мобільні застосунки. Так, коли почалась війна, дійсно ми перейшли трішки на онлайн-навчання, але це було Zoom, це був Google, Classroom, який я допомагала вчительці створити, тому що вони не володіють взагалі технологіями. От вони в школі прийняли, що це має бути лише Zoom, і лише там десь на сайті вони там кудись на Google диск закидували лекції, чи там якийсь матеріал, не зрозуміло, де його шукати, де дитина його має знайти. І все. Коли ми з вчителькою розібрали, як працювати з Google Classroom, що можна його гарненько все структурувати по уроках, по днях, класна робота, домашня робота, діти були дуже задоволені. При цьому жодних додаткових якихось мобільних застосунків для зацікавлення дітей, крім англійської мови. Англійська мова була. Крім англійської мови, жоден предмет не використовував жодного мобільного застосунку. Ну, це так, як сказати, фідбек від шкіл, да, як мати дитини, яка навчається у початковій школі.
Ну, це ми саме побачили і показали в діаграмах, що немає, ну просто немає. І ми будемо працювати над концепцією використання мобільних застосунків в закладах загальної середньої освіти. Закликаю нашу спільноту до співпраці. Дякую.
Дякуємо, Світлана Григорівна, дякую, Світлана Олексіївна. Просто, як то кажуть, знову з іншої секції. Представляли підручники з хімії вже для нової української школи, ну майже до профільного рівня дійшли, хімія 8 2025 року. Досить гарний електронний додаток, добре прописаний тощо. Але я ж задав одне єдине питання щодо цього додатку. Вони використовують WordWall, сервіс, який є, власне кажучи, британським. Я запитав, ну, це не безкоштовно. Яким чином, хто це оплачує, хто буде платити за школи, щоб їх використовували тощо? Відповідь, яку я отримав, була така, що ми, автори підручника, скинулися і оплатили на рік. Ну,
Да.
просто
А далі як
це
хочуть.
абсолютно не державна позиція, ну так, на такого аматорського рівня не повинно бути.
Да.
Має бути все ж таки певна і в цьому сенсі централізація, мають бути стандарти і мають бути те, що ну, підручник він залишиться, він матеріальним. А щоб оця частина вона не зникла раптово через те, що хтось виключив сервер, що ще трапилося.
Так.
Ну, нам потрібно більше стабільності і впевненості, і тоді це можна буде на системній основі пропонувати. Ой, вибачте, будь ласка, що так.
Да. Ну, тому що тему, яку ми підняли на сьогоднішній день, ну, чомусь про неї забули, ви розумієте, просто забули. Коли нам написав один рецензент, що чому у вас там публікації якогось 21-го року немає, ну, пізніше. Колеги, ну, точно випало це питання із досліджень, розумієте? Не дивлячись на те, що у нас був ковід і все інше. А зараз ми маємо повернутися, тому що цього нам вже не вистачає. Воно має бути і розроблено ще й на концептуальному рівні, щоб всі могли використовувати так, як потрібно. Дякую вам безмежно за питання, були дуже цікаве обговорення.
Okay, we thank you for your report, for your answers, the questions, for discussion with us, and we invite the next speakers and his presentation. It's Kryvyi Alexander, yes, and his presentation, Information and Consulting Environment of the Vocational Education Institution, a barrier-free space. Okay, we see your presentation.
Thank you. I am Olena Lavrentieva, and I am my speaker in this conference. Dear colleagues and participants, I am delighted to present to your attention the work prepared by our research team. In determining the direction of our study, we were guided by the following key considerations. The contemporary challenges in education encompass not only the enhancement of the specialists' professional preparedness, but also the creation of a qualitatively new environment within educational institution. Such an environment is expected to cultivate essential attributes in future specialists, including competitiveness and readiness for sustained professional success. The responsibility for preparing such specialists squarely rests with the vocational educational institution. Currently, vocational education has experienced significant decline in prestige, which is attributed to a complex set of factors. Some of them you can see in the slide. But unquestionably, the ongoing marital state in Ukraine is a main negative factor. Against this backdrop, it is important to emphasize that the development of an inclusive and barrier-free information and consulting environment in vocational education institution is of critical importance for ensuring the delivery of high-quality educational services. It is our purpose and methods and approaches and methods that we employed in our research. The research we are presenting to your attention is a continuation of the extensive doctoral study conducted by Lyudmila Skrytnik. Building upon an environment approach, it has made it possible to define the phenomenon of the information and consulting environment, to identify its distinctive features, and to determine the functions it fulfills within the vocational educational institution. This environment is associated with the institution information educational environment and embodies the tools and methods of providing consulting services in information exchange for educational purposes. Within its framework, consulting services are supplied to teaching staff, students, administrative and service structures, parents and social partners to improve the quality of educational provisions. Its functions combine informational, consulting, diagnostic, interactive, coordinating, professional development ones, and functions of pedagogical and educational methodological support for all subjects in the educational process and stakeholders. Our earlier research established that the information and consulting in the multi-component complex of educational resources and technologies that provide informatization and automation of consulting services. For this goal, the environment creates opportunities to implement a range of computer-oriented pedagogical technologies and technologies that ensure an appropriate level of consulting services. Most of the mentioned barrier-free access to information and data from any geographical area, from any digital device, in a 24/7 form, as well as personalization, interactivity, multimedia, hypertextuality, and subculturality ones. The information and consulting environment can be distinguished into several components. It consists of social, spatial object, and psychological and pedagogical components. The criteria reflecting the inclusivity of the vocational educational institutions information and consulting environment in the context of removing digital and social cultural barriers for its users cover the system structural criterion, the criterion of readiness of teaching staff and students for consulting activity using the environmental tools, and the level of satisfaction of the subject of educational process with information and consulting services of the environment. Both based on the brightness of the manifestation, we have defined the 4 levels of environmental function. In satisfactory, critical, sufficient, and high. Allow me to proceed to the presentation of what has, in fact, been accomplished by our team in the continuation of this research. The study of the state of the problem of organizing the information and consulting environment in vocational educational institutions across Ukraine was carried out over the period 2022 to 2028. Throughout these years, it engaged a total of 400 students of 2 vocational schools and 2 colleges, as well as 2 100 teachers, including 60 members of administrative staff. The first stage of empirical research involved conducting a SWOT analysis of the obtained result, which identified the opportunities and threats, as well as the strengths and weaknesses present in this area of vocational education's activity. This analysis recorded the undeniable achievements of vocational educational institutions in establishing modern, functioning, and dynamic information consulting environments that meet contemporary requirements and demonstrate considerable potential. Based on the result of a SWOT analysis, a probability consequences of threats matrix was constructed. The analysis of the obtained data highlighted the need for a qualitative update of the conceptual, content, organizational, and technological aspects of the functioning of the barrier-free information and consulting environment in vocational educational institution. Based on the analysis of primary sources and empirical data have been identified. This facilitates overcoming difficulties and resolving contradictions in the study's scientific area. The creation of resource, methodological, technical, and organizational terms collectively aimed at developing all subjects of the educational process, students, educators, administration, parents, and social partners, secures their effectiveness through the organizational and managerial activities of the administration and educators. Integration of the above factors allows us for the formulation of a comprehensive set of necessary and sufficient pedagogical terms as circumstances under which the component of the vocational educational institutions, information and consulting environment are in the best possible interconnection. It would like to draw your attention to the fact that, taking into account recent trends, we have included an additional term in the set of pedagogical ones, namely integration of direction in organizing an inclusive and barrier-free information and consulting environment in vocational education institution. A special methodology has been developed. The modeling of this methodology was grounded on scientific concepts regarding its goals, objective, content, stage, forms, and methods, as well as on social expectations concerning its result in addressing the main task of the institution. It structured formative influences into the target, organizational and content, and evaluate and resultative blocks. To ensure the effective implementation of the developed methodology, it is essential to purposefully establish the identifying pedagogical terms. To provide the creation of these pedagogical terms in fostering the readiness of the administration, teaching staff, and learners of the educational institution for effective engagement within the information and consulting environment of the vocational educational institution, we have developed and piloted of 4 seminars entitled The System on Consulting Services in the Vocational Educational Institution. You can see the content of this seminar in the slide. The next pedagogical term, the renewal and enhancement of the institution technical infrastructure, human resources, and educational methodological support aimed at strengthening its information and consulting capacity by upgrading the institutional website, training and involving qualified consultants, incorporating open educational resources, employment cloud technologies, leveraging the opportunities offered by more platforms, and integrating artificial intelligence technology into consulting services. Within the framework of experiment, we analyzed and further developed new resources with a special focus on fostering inclusivity and barrier-free access to educational consultant services in the context of martial law. These efforts especially addressed to enhancement of following resource components: technical resources, the physical component of the environment, human resources, the intellectual component of the environment, educational and methodological resources, the information component of the environment. Creation of multi-channel and multidisciplinary online consulting, which realized the functions of the education institution information environment as an important pedagogical term, permits the fulfillment of the potential of various types of consultation, increasing the website traffic of the institution due to the relevance of its resources and ensuring the significance of the accessible tools of the website. In this context, yet another pedagogical term concentrates on organizing an environment where not only information exchange occurs, but also the creating application of all resources, their development by the transfer of idea and project activity involving all subjects engaged in the information and consulted environment. This requirement was met by establishing an innovation hub within the educational institution. The principal technology utilized in the operation of the innovation hub include co-working, information include technology, artificial intelligence, and educational methodological web quests. One of the crucial areas of activity within the Innovation Hub is the development of cloud storage system to centralize sector-specific information and educational resources. Access routes to these services be provided on the website of the educational institution. In this study, the Innovation Hub is viewed not merely as a modern vision of an electronic and methodological repository, but rather as a cultural environment that enables qualified pedagogical guidance and supervision of teachers' professional development and the educational activity of learners and students. This complex objective was achieved through the implementation of specific initiatives within the framework of the Innovation Hub. An essential of this pedagogical term focused on expanding access to consulting services and ensuring their continuity under the constraints of material law. Particular attention was given to the deployment of artificial intelligence powered chatbots such as ChatGPT and other specialized consulting bots integrated in the institutional website and learning management system. These tools provided automated round-the-clock support to both teachers and learners, offering assistance with navigating educational platforms, assessing methodological resources, and resolving routine academic and organizational uniqueness. The integration of such solutions has strengthened the capacity of vocational educational institutions to deliver high-quality consulting services in both blended and distant learning formats, while supporting the creation of the barrier-free educational environment. This is how my personal digital consultant, ChatGPT 4.5, sees this process. The quantitative, qualitative, and statistical analysis conducted upon completion of the methodologies piloting revealed a positive trend in the levels of organization of the information and consulting environment in vocational educational institutions. Thus, the finding of the conducted analysis, supported by the data presented in the slide, confirm the effectiveness of the developed methodological approach and the relevance of the identified pedagogical terms. These outcomes provide a solid foundation for formulating general conclusions and determining further direction for research and practical implementation. In summary, the effective organization of the information and consulting environment in vocational educational institutions requires a strategic approach that integrates ICT and emphasizes inclusivity and accessibility. You can see this, the limits our research, because our study was conducted based on the 2 vocational education institutions and 2 institutions of higher vocational education in Ukraine. Its result and main provisions cannot be uncritically applied to the function of higher education institution. Furthermore, considering the continuous digital transformation of all life spheres, it is necessary to periodically review specific provisions of this research in the context of the latest technological trends and changes in the organization of educational system. The next slide presents the insights generated by ChatGPT regarding its own involvement in the preparing of this article. As you can see, this is a form of consultative support, which is fully consistent with the focus of our research on the creation of an educational consulting environment. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your interesting report, interesting presentation, and we invite all to the discussion. And who want to ask the questions? Okay, I have a question. The first question is, in what ways can AI help make vocational education more accessibility during wartime in Ukraine, especially for students in dangerous areas or places with damaged infrastructure?
Can you repeat, because my internet connection very bad?
Okay. In what ways can AI help make vocational education more accessibility during wartime in Ukraine, especially to students in dangerous areas or places with damaged infrastructure?
You mean about artificial intelligence technology support?
I mean, how can AI help to some students who live in dangerous territories in Donetsk, Lugansk, and so on?
Thank you for your question. Allow me ask it you in this way. Created in our model of educational is information consulting environment aimed to support the people, all subject of educational process in dangerous conditions during the war. All components of this environment aimed to solution this problem. More grounded.
Okay, thank you. And we have a
So
question.
social component and spatial object, psychological component, and tools of environment. Information technology support people in 24/7 format.
Okay, thank you. And we have a questions from Sergei Semerikov. Sergei, please.
Thank you, Tatiana. my question not only for the main body of your paper. It's a complete defended doctoral research, but for your new proposal. One of the fundamentals for the barrier-free space is the equity. We need to make the equal access to the different spaces, equal access to the resources, etc. Among the resources which we would like to provide an equal access is computational resources like an artificial intelligence services. So, what do you think about a new kind of digital divide when you as a teacher, facilitator, tutor have a full a comprehensive access to such tools by subscription, institutional or personal subscription, etc. But your students don't have such access in different ways, nor institutions don't financially support their subscriptions. They don't involve these subscriptions as a part of your personal budget, etc. So you have a different limits regarding requests to artificial intelligence service comparing with your students. And some tasks that you can propose, your students don't complete by such restrictions. What do you think? It's a different level of access to such tools can be the base for new digital divide that divide us on two categories: full AI integrated, full AI supported, and supported partly time from time, etc.
Thank you for your questions.
Да, я перепрошую, що так довго говорю.
I understood your question.
Як то кажуть, для цього...
On my opinion, today's almost of digital technology are based on the artificial intelligence. Every day, the artificial intelligence technology involved, are being involved, improved, are being improved. So we expect new technological solutions for our study and the educational process.
And in this way,
especially what about me, I tell or and show my student this this possibility of artificial intelligence technology in the consulting, in educational process, in all the side of our life.
So, what do you think? Are the artificial intelligence services should be a full-scaled part of information and consultative environments as traditional? Oh, yes, I am understanding. So if I am correctly understand that these services will be involved in all components of your proposed environment.
I think this artificial intelligence technology already built in component of educational environment. We have to use this possibility in our study activity, teaching, learning, etc.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, for discussions. And we invite the next speaker in the next presentation. The next speaker is Vasyl Oleksiuk, and presentation designing M-learning methodology to study multimedia in secondary school. Vasyl, are you ready?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Dear participant. We are ready, and our research and our presentation will be present our magistrant student Yulia Overko. Please welcome Yulia.
Thank you so much. Please give me a minute for presentation. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Thank you. Let me present the result of our research on the topic designing a mobile learning methodology to study multimedia in secondary school. The digital transformation of society is rapidly reshaping the educational landscape. Smartphones have become an integral part of students' daily lives, especially in the context of blended learning driven by the war. However, in many schools, they are still viewed as a threat to learning, resulting in restrictive policies or outright ban. Yet, ignoring this tool does not solve the problem. It only deepens the gap between school practice and students' real digital experience. Educational research and teaching practice shows that when used purposefully, smartphones can become powerful tools for learning. Their use is especially relevant in teaching the topic of multimedia, as most grade students already possess basic digital skills and require more mindful, up-to-date approaches. Mobile learning is a form of distant education that provides access to learning content via portable devices, such as smartphones and tablets, offering flexibility in terms of time and location. One effective implementation model is Beyond, bring your own device, which allows students to use their own gadgets. This approach supports personalization, reduced cost, and increases motivation. At the same time, it requires pedagogical and organizational support. The technical implementation of mobile learning depends on its educational goals, whether it's micro-learning, skill development, collaborative activities, or formative assessment. However, regardless of its purpose, a typical learning system architecture includes the key components you can see on the slide. To better understand how students actually use smartphones in their daily and educational lives, we created a comprehensive questionnaire. It gathered both demographic information and educational habits, including how students perceive the usefulness of the topic multimedia and how confident they feel about their skills. This data helped us identify gaps between the curriculum and real student experience. The survey involved 202 students, grades 5 to 9 Ternopil district. Almost all students owned smartphones, 99.5%. Only 2 reported being allowed to use a smartphone only at home. Most students use a smartphone for more than 1 hour a day, and it ranks first in daily use, 98.5%. This indicated the device's important role in children's life. The table shows that smartphones are most often used for social networking, with only grade 6 showing a moderate frequency of this choice. The next stage of analysis focused on the impact of smartphones on the educational process, their use and effectiveness. Students most often use smartphones for tests and searching information. This is confirmed by the histogram of smartphone use in informatics lessons. To explore differences between grades, we used a chi-square test, and the result was statistically significant, but the strength of this relationship was low, according to Kramer-Weil. To study the relationship between smartphone usage and distraction during information lesson, a scattered plot was created. The highest distraction level was observed among students who use smartphones very often, and the lowest among those who use them once a month. A positive correlation was found between smartphone use and distraction. Science tasks like information search and test take different amount of time. Students who finish quickly often use their device for unrelated purpose, which explains the high variability in the very often group. The three part of the questionnaire explores students' experience using smartphones specifically for creating and editing multimedia. This topic was selected based on a hypothesis about its long relevance. Before the survey, we review the curriculum and standards to identify expected skills. The frequency of students' responses by class regarding processing this skill is presented in the diagram. The data shows that awareness of multimedia creation grows with each grade, but the difference between grade 7 and 8 is very small, especially in video trimming and adding text. At the same time, we saw progress in filming, applying effect, and idea generator, likely due to lesson and extracurricular activities. Growth in idea searching, even in grade 9, likely reflect not only the influence of lesson, but also broader involvement in school concilium, media, and social cultural activities. It was nothing that about 16% of grade 8 students reported having none of the listed skills, even after completing the topic. This group also had the highest percentage of not interesting at all responses regarding the interest in lower diagram. Taking previous data into account, this suggests that the issue may not be a lack of knowledge, but rather a lack of motivation, possibility influenced by past learning experience. To analyze student interest in multimedia learning, we performed a regression analysis using survey data. Interest was the dependent variable, with class smartphone use in informatic lesson and prior experience as predictors. Results showed that more frequent smartphone use significantly increased interest, while video editing experience had not effect. Interest decreased with highest grade level. The model's overall predictor power is low, only 8%. This suggests that other factors like teaching style or access to tools may have a greater impact. Grade 5 students had the highest predictor interest, while grade 9 students showed the lowest. Overall, the frequency of smartphone use and grade level a weak predictor of interest of media learning. Analysis of the current informatics curriculum for grade 8 and student survey result showed a gap between the expected learning outcomes from multimedia and the actual education needs and digital skills of students. To fix this, we developed an alternative teaching methodology that meets curriculum goals but uses different pedagogical strategies. The course has 10 lessons. The first 5 focus on basic skills like video creating, audio work, and text visualization. Because students have different prior knowledges, we use a flipped classroom model. Theory at home, practical activities in class. Lessons 6 to 9 are for project-based learning from idea development to publishing a multimedia product. The last lesson is for project presentation and reflection. Since grade 8 will move to the new Ukrainian school curriculum, assessment criteria were made based on the new educational standard. To support the implementation of the methodology, a complete set of mobile learning lessons was developed. These lessons include theoretical explanation, interactive text, practice instruction, and video instruction. As many studies confirm, today's students find it difficult to absorb material presented only through text or lecture. That's why using a mix of formats is essential. Since the topic itself focused on multimedia incorporating different media types, not only improves understanding, but also models real-world application. All lessons we designed as short web-based models using the Gamma platform, which ensure compatibility with smartphone and other devices, as well as a clear and consistent visual structure. Also, the methodology emphasizes smartphone use and all tools we selected based on universal design for learning principles to ensure accessibility across various devices. The selection criteria are outlined on the slide. As you can see on the slide, our research confirms the needs to modernize the approach to teaching multimedia in grade 8. Students already possess many of the skills the curriculum aims to teach, which makes traditional methods ineffective and demotivating. The proposed methodology addressed this by focusing on practical, project-based learning using familiar mobile tools. It not only makes lessons more relevant, but also helps bridge the gap between formal education and students' digital lives. Of course, for successful implementation, future teacher training and pilot testing in a real classroom setting are essential. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we thank you for your interesting presentation, and we invite all to discuss from Julia and Vasil. Okay, who wants to ask the questions? Okay, I have questions. What modification could be made to the learning approach to help students with limited technology access, especially those in Ukrainian some regions?
Sorry, my English is not perfect. Can you translate your question?
Okay, I can translate my questions. Які модифікації можуть бути здійснені до вашого підходу мобільного навчання для допомоги студентам з лімітованим доступом до технологій у певних регіонах України, да, де у нас немає доступу до цих технологій? Ну, зокрема, наприклад, є студенти, які знаходяться в окупованих територіях, або, наприклад, в селах, де немає такої можливості.
Дивіться, в селах на даний момент кількість дітей з телефонами не менша, ніж в місті. Тобто тут неможливо розглядати, що там менше чи більше, бо зараз телефони майже повсюдні. Якщо розглядати окуповані території, перш за все, смартфон – це те, що значно ближче до дитини, ніж комп'ютер. І якщо ми говоримо про дистанційне навчання, про змішані формати навчання, якраз такі, як поширені на окупованих територіях і деокупованих територіях, то значно кориснішим і легшим, на нашу думку, буде якраз використання смартфона, бо в більшості дітей він є. Якщо його нема в дітей, він точно є в батьків. А наявність комп'ютера чи ноутбука є менш поширеною. І дитині з пристроєм, який вона знає, який вона використовує кожного дня, значно легше і простіше співпрацювати і вивчати саме цю тему, а не зосереджуватись на тому, як використовувати цей пристрій. Бо якщо ми говоримо про самонавчання, а в більшості випадків дистанційного навчання воно саме таке, учням важливо мати базу знань. І коли ця база знань закрита вже тим, що я це вмію, він може зосередитись саме на тому, що він має навчитись.
Добре, тоді уточню своє запитання. Можливо, не так саме сформулювала. Малось на увазі не саме до мобільного телефону як такого, а, наприклад, якщо ми говоримо про мобільний телефон, у наш період, коли є реби і так далі, коли є великі пошкодження, не завжди є саме доступ до інтернету навіть з мобільного телефону. Ну, з власного прикладу скажу, що хоч живу на території, в принципі, більш-менш стабільною, але мобільний зв'язок, особливо у мене в квартирі, дуже глушиться ребами. І тому я не маю доступу, наприклад, саме через мобільний зв'язок. От що в такому випадку студентам робити? Наприклад, звичайного інтернету у них немає, мобільний не дотягує, і в певних випадках там чи реби глушать, чи якісь там прильоти і так далі. Що в таких випадках ви рекомендуєте відповідно робити?
В нашій методиці розглянуто два варіанти сервісів, які можна використовувати. Один з них має віртуальний підхід, тобто це веб-браузери, це доступ через інтернет. Інший – це як додатки для мобільних смартфонів, які учні можуть використовувати. І в розробленому курсі з цього мультимедіа є два види інструкцій – для додатку і для сервісу. Іноді цих два сервіс і додаток, вони між собою пов'язані. Там, наприклад, у нас було Canva, яка може бути і сервісом, і додатком, але, звісно, вона має доступ лише онлайн. Офлайн варіант тоді діти можуть використовувати навіть ті самі презентації, можна використовувати Tube для анімацій, можна використовувати VN для обрізання, створювання відео, частин монтування. Тобто це було розглянуто як додаткові варіанти розв'язків.
Ну і ще як варіант є можливість, наприклад, асинхронного навчання, так? Якщо, наприклад, там в даний момент студент не може там долучитися до якихось певних завдань, в принципі, ніхто там, якщо це можливо в даних додатках, в даних засобах це зробити, можливий варіант запрограмувати на синхронний, да, там відповідь, якщо є такі студенти, є такі потреби, ну, як варіант. Да,
Дякую
наприклад,
за
він
ваше уточнення. Бо ну, насправді мобільне навчання і передбачає доступ в будь-який момент і в будь-який час, тому навіть не подумала про асинхронне навчання, бо воно розглядалося як базове. Ну, тобто, як можливість учня самому здобувати знання.
Ось так. То це я від вас якраз і хотіла почути, тому
Дякую.
що якраз перший початок війни в нас якраз ця проблема була дуже поширена, і студентам саме пропонувався асинхронний такий режим навчання, і він найбільше підходив. Уже пізніше, коли ми вийшли більш-менш в стабільну ситуацію в окремих регіонах, так, дійсно, тоді синхронне навчання вже почало переважати. А от в таких регіонах, можливо, поки не закінчиться війна, це єдиний оптимальний варіант, тому що у нас інших вимог немає. Окей, maybe someone ask the questions also? Okay, we thank you for your presentation, for your answers, and we now invite the next our speaker. The next speaker is Svetlana Skvortsova, yes, and his team, her team and the presentation, cloud technologies in the educational process development and implementation of a suite of online services for the professional activities of primary school teachers. Svetlana, please. You are welcome.
Тетяна Брискан, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen. Let's start.
Thank you. Glad to meet at the conference. The topic of our report is cloud technologies in the educational process, development and implementation of a suite of online services for the professional activities of primary school teachers. Since 2019, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, educational institutions in Ukraine have transitioned to a distance learning format. In the post-pandemic period, beginning February 2022, a significant schools of Ukraine have continued to operate in distance or blended learning modes due to ongoing armed aggression of the Russian Federation. To the continuity of the educational process under crisis condition has been made possible through the repeat advancement and integration of cloud technologies within the educational ecosystems. Cloud technologies are the foundation for creating modern educational platforms that provide access to educational resource, tools, and service regardless of the user's locations. This allows you to organize both distance and blended learning, increasing the flexibility and adaptability of the educational process. The research purpose is to theoretically sustain it and experimentally verify the effectiveness of using a complex of online services in the professional activity of primary school teachers for organized face-to-face, distance, and blended learning. You can see the research objectives on my screen, and we started to study of information and communication and technology used by primary school teachers before the pandemic in 2019, which gives ground for drawing conclusions about changes in this area in the post-pandemic period. We also compared our results with those similar studies conducted by other research, including Ukrainian ones. The result of the analysis of numerous studies by leading researchers confirm that primary school teachers of Ukraine are focused in using information and communication technologies in their professional activities and have a desire to further develop their acquired competencies in using online services. Comparing the result of research on the use of information and communication technologies by primary school teachers in professional activity during before and post-pandemic period, we obtain the following conclusions. The level of formation of ICT competence in before pandemic period and post-pandemic period has changed significantly. The obtained data indicates that it was in the post-pandemic period that primary school teachers in the implementation of distance learning identified their gaps in the use of ICT and objectively assess the level of ICT competence formation. In post-pandemic periods, teachers of Ukrainian will expand the range of services for creating interactive exercise, mastering those with which they were familiar, as well as new services. If in before pandemic period, only 24% of teachers in schools create interactive tasks, for example, learning apps and Google Forms, then in post-pandemic periods, 82.3% of teachers mastered services for creating interactive exercise, for example, learning apps, live worksheets with the Me, H5P, and other services. If the primary school teachers of Ukraine observed certain difficulties in the creation and electronic test, educational games, virtual laboratories, and simulation in before pandemic period, then in the post-pandemic period, they mastered services for creating tasks, in particular Google Forms, class times, and Plickers. Therefore, the transition to distance learning due to COVID had a positive effects on the development of ICT competence of primary school teachers in Ukraine, in particular in mastering new services for creating educational interactive content. Therefore, the need to organize distance and blended learning encourages Ukrainian teachers to improve their digital competence, and higher educational institutions should introduce future teachers to the most popular digital researches and develop basic skills in working with them. The selection of online services for future primary school teachers was based on the result of longitudinal study of the preferences of primary school teachers in Ukraine, because they already have a Ukrainian language library and that they can use without further development. In our study, within the framework of methodological disciplines, we set out introduce future primary school teachers to a set of online services for organized face-to-face, distance, and blended learning. Thus, the components of set are as following. The first group is services for creating interactive learning content, and this group is include from services for creating interactive exercises, services for creating interactive video, services for creative virtual whiteboard, and interactive simulation services. The second group is services for organizing and conducting online lessons. And third groups is services for creating a virtual classroom and electronic journals. This set of online services is open and can be modified and supplemented in accordance with the constantly changing conditions. When developing a set of online services in accordance with the above structure, we also took into account a number of requirements. Thus, the developed complex of online services become the content of training in the process of experimental work with the students' specialty primary education. The experimental base include 157 applications For the baccalaureate degree, including 78 students from the Ismail University and 79 people from the Cherkasy National University. The experimental work took place in two stages: inserted and formative experiment. During the formative experiment, the developed complex was implemented with the discipline's method of teaching mathematics in primary school. In the process of mastering the module ICT in teaching mathematics to primary school students, the result of the experimental learning was the presentation of a creative project by students. Students of three experimental groups successfully completed them by creating tasks using online services in accordance with the structure of combined mathematics lessons in primary school. They demonstrated awareness of the use of online services, understanding of the selection of appropriate templates, and the possibility of combining services to organize a distance mathematical lessons. Students of the control group also completed projects to create interactive mathematical exercises but demonstrate the use of a limited number of services and the lack of the ability to vary them according to the stage of the mathematical lessons. The result of the creative projects are summarized on the table on my screen. At the control stages, a comparative analysis of the research results was carried out using statistical data processing to assess the effectiveness of the experiment. The subject of the study was to determine the level of future teachers' readiness to the use of ICT in the educational process. The generalized results are present in the diagrams. Based on the data present, it was found that the implementation of the developed complex of online services demonstrate higher efficiency compared to traditional approaches. Experimental training of the use of a set of online services statistically significantly provide better results in the formation of teachers' readiness to the use of information and communication technologies in their professional activity. The conduct study confirmed the effectiveness of implementing a specialized ICT module in the training of future primary school teachers. However, it also reveals a number of unresolved issues that require further investigation. First, a longitudinal study is needed to assess the sustainability and practical application of acquired ICT competence under graduation and during the initial stages of professional activity. Second, the digital competence of higher education instructor should be exempt, particularly its influence of the development of students' ICT skills. Third, there is a need to develop and validate a model that effectively integrates formal education and self-direction learning in formatting digital literacy. This direction will be help to deepen understanding of ICT integration in teacher education and support the development of more effectiveness training strategies aligned with the demands of modern education. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for your interesting report, interesting presentation, and we invite all to our discussion. Who want to ask the questions? Okay, I have a questions. Since many teachers learned ICT skills independently, what concrete approach should teacher educational programs adopt to strengthen digital training before graduation?
before graduation. So we talking about teachers that working in the schools, yes, after university. In our research, we are working with teachers, and we investigation their stages of ICT competitions, and they report that they need professional helpers from, for example, university teachers to talking about new online services, new approaches in ICT, and methodological peculiarities of use online services in professional activities.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. How can educators be encouraged to use these online tools for truly transformative teaching rather than simply digitalization conversion methods? What you present? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I want to question you about students or teachers of schools?
Teachers.
Teachers. I want to say that the complex of online services is the bound of these services that can be transformed from to peculiarities that educational process. For example, I teach mathematics in primary school, so I want to delete some services because I need to use these, but I can to use new services that change this complex. Also, for example, today is very artificial intelligence, so this complex also change from artificial intelligence too.
Okay, thank you. Maybe someone will ask the questions. Okay, if we have no questions, we thank you for your presentation, for your answers, and we invite the next speakers and his teams. It's Volodymyr Zinchenko, yes, and the presentation is used in assessment and certifying the digital competence of educators. Please. Okay, you can start.
Yes. This investigation, Victor Shakotko, Natalia Kushnir, and Volodymyr Zinchenko. War are not won by generals. Wars won by school teachers. This one. It all begins with the teacher. When talking about digitalization, information, artificial intelligence, we cannot ignore the digital competence of teachers. A modern teachers, and not only computer science teacher, must possess this competence. And the level of proficiency must be assessed. The connection between concepts is more fully considered in the model of information culture proposed by Jaldak, Ramsky, and Rafalska. In this model, general term information culture, information competence, information reflection, and others. Accent your attention on concept competences. We have competence approach, but certification of our teachers with knowledge. This slide пропустимо. Так. Це також розвиток. Так. Council of European Union defining digital competence as one of 8 key competences. And this competence is based for every teacher, primary teacher, high, and other. Development of deep competence. Results. In parsing the research objective determining the tools and means for measuring and evaluation the digital competence of teachers is secondary educational institutes. Professional standard teacher of general teacher of a general secondary education institution may determine information and digital competence. A3.1, A3.2, and A3.3. The ability to navigate the information space, search for and critically evaluate information, and operate with the professional activities and others. To analyze the effectiveness of measuring and evaluating the levels of digital competence teacher, certification system with DIA, one moment, please. DIA portal. According to the certification program, live test tasks subsection of the program information, education, and digital educational environment. We provided to measure or evaluate the levels of digital competence formation among teachers with an additional 2 tasks on digital competency placed in the section Organization of Education Environment. The general statistic date for the certification 2024 on the table 1 for the different specific specialities: primary, language, mathematics. Yes. Five tasks on digital competency teachers on primary grades, Ukrainian language, mathematics, did not reflect specific on the digital technologies during teaching particular subject. Example, for example, this task in DIA and result. Also, less than half of teachers of certain categories were able to determine the correct action in a situation when table 3. Analysis of teacher certification tasks allows us to conclude that the quantity and quality don't allow us to differentiate the level of formation of teacher digital competence. To determine the state of readiness for using digital technologies, survey of teachers was concluded using an author's questionnaire contains questions related to the frequency of using digital technologies in professional activities, digital tools used in work, programs and services for creating presentation, confidence in using digital technology in educational process, and level of digital competency, digital skills, and need to be developed, etc. Sumy, Poltava, and Chernihiv regions. Result. Various online learning platforms used all teachers, and presentation, all teachers. Tools for creating educational video, 42%. Online conferencing platform, 63%. And blogs, 54%. 48% of teachers assess their level of digital competency for effective work in modern conditions as sufficient, which is consistent with the result of testing portal DIA. But in the beginning my speech, I accent your attention on terming competence approach. But in DIA testing, competence don't testing. Knowledge, yes, but competence, no. Thank you for attention. Ask your question for me if.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you
so
for
much,
your
Volodymyr Pavlovich. I'm really happy to see you today again as a good old guy. But do you allow if we continue in Ukrainian? I would like to ask at least 5 questions to you. But in Ukrainian, you allow?
Yes. Please, Ukraine question.
Thank you so much. Володимир Павлович, власне кажучи, чому я українською мовою? Тому що я хочу якраз ось тут задати деякі питання, які стосуються глибинних основ вашого дослідження. Ну, власне, я вас знаю вже багато десятиріч, ну, перепрошую, що таке буває інколи в нас з віком, що багато десятиріч складається. І, власне, з давніх давен ви якраз опікувалися саме тим, що наразі ми називаємо там технологіями, і інформаційні технології якось певна відповідна частина. І ви проходили, починаючи там з Єршовського призиву, усі ці, як то кажуть, сходинки, всі ці експерименти і таке інше. Я розумію те, що ви кажете щодо відповідно дійсно у те, що нам пропонується для оцінювання, це виключно знаннєва складова. Причому знаннєва складова, яка ось так спрямована на дію, як у дії виконати з дією там підпису цифрового і інші речі. Ну, водночас розробники відповідного тесту нам же чітко кажуть, що ми базуємося на DigiComp останній версії безпосередньо для освітян і таке інше. Тому перше запитання: які альтернативні засоби або, можливо, доповнювальні ви б запропонували, щоб не лише навичкову складову перевірити, ну, частково вона дещо перевіряється, а й, як на мене, чи не фундаментальну складову, а яке реальне ставлення у людей, як співвідноситься їхня навченість з їхніми моральними якостями, як вчителя. Ось перше питання, з вашого дозволу.
Thank you very much. Ну, це вже ви філософське питання таке поставили, на яке треба філософів залучати. А тут, відносно інструментів, я згадаю, не нове, а дуже старе. 20-літньої давності проєкт навчання для майбутнього, де result of work, результати роботи, зберігалися на хмарному сервері чи де завгодно там. І тоді можна було дійсно побачити, так, там і результати тестування, і результати розробок. Розробка уроку, розробка фільму із шматків зробленого. Навіть якщо я з допомогою чату GPT чи, скажімо, якогось іншого зможу відповісти на всі питання, то чат GPT мені його не зробить. То тут треба перевіряти компетентність. Я наголошую, що компетентність – це не тільки знання, а це насамперед здатність щось зробити. Тоді, да, тут ще таке цікаве питання є. Вчителі не всі розуміються на штучному інтелекті, хоча учні майже всі розуміються. І інколи ставили питання, а як відрізнити те, що зробив учень сам, від того, що зробив чат GPT, скажімо. Я це вже, маючи великий досвід, можу зробити, а от як їх навчити вчителів це робити, не знаю. Відносно ж філософського то питання, компетентність так. І тут ми знову зачепили, що чат GPT і штучний інтелект має величезний потенціал, але так само, як з ядерною бомбою, з ним треба дуже обережно поводитись. Дуже багато країн, ну не багато, але деякі країни, досить потужні університети, заборонили своїм студентам користуватись чатом GPT, бо ніхто не може гарантувати, що під дією чату GPT чи інших не впаде інтелект людини дуже сильно. Хто працював із комп'ютером дуже довго, як скажемо я, то знає, що уже думати не хочеться. Уже у вас є Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, і потім іще чат GPT, який переставить або Genius, а думати вже виходить мало.
Пане Сергію, якщо можна, я доповню. Пане Володимире.
Нарешті, Вікторе Васильовичу, дякую, побачив вас. Вітаю.
Вітаю. Ми також знайомі вже з вами не перший день. Я хочу сказати такі речі, що щоб перевірити ставлення вчителів до взагалі використання інформаційно-комунікаційних технологій, варто все ж таки використовувати ті технології, ті дослідження, які вже в нас ідуть. Пані Литвинова говорила про дослідження і опитування вчителів. Ми подібні вже провели також. Я провів дослідження серед вчителів інформатики, біля 70 осіб задіяли. І я от сьогодні ви підняли ці питання і почали говорити. Так от, я вам можу сказати, що коли я задав питання, чи використовуєте ви чат GPT, це вчителі інформатики. Тільки 60% вчителів інформатики сказало, що вони використовують. А коли от те, що сказав Володимир Павлович, стосовно, чи можете ви розрізнити точно, чи штучний інтелект зробив це, чи ні, виявилося, що тільки теж, знову ж таки, біля 55% можуть сказати, що вони з тією чи іншою рівнем впевненості можуть відрізнити ці речі. Знову ж таки, і 85% сказало, що їм треба навчання для того, щоб працювати з цим. Тобто вони, але самостійно, на жаль, наші вчителі не хочуть навчатись, тому що в інтернеті повно різноманітних курсів з цих питань. Чи часу нема, чи інших питань. Але ось змотивованість до діяльності, на жаль, дуже низька. А стосовно того, які інструменти ще можна використовувати, от дивіться, в дії дуже непоганий тестовий такий доробок, так скажемо. Підібрані завдання, ну, тільки що вони трошки орієнтовані на американську або англійську аудиторію, де використовуються певні сервіси для навчального процесу. Але це один компонент. Але ми пам'ятаємо сертифікацію, наприклад, Microsoft, коли ми занурювалися в середовище, в якому оцінювались не тільки наші знання, але й наші дії по виконанні певних операцій. Такі ж речі є в Cisco і в інших системах. Тому і тут нам треба реально будувати ось таку систему, а не займатися, ну так скажемо, трошки профанацією цих питань. Це дуже і дуже серйозно. Я, чесно кажучи, до опитування вчителів не думав, що в нас настільки низько ставлення вчителів до інформаційно-комунікаційних технологій і до штучного інтелекту. Звертаю вашу увагу, що в цьому році з'явилася там книга «Штучний інтелект 27», 2027, в якій передбачається, що за 2-3 роки штучний інтелект настільки підніметься, що він сам себе буде програмувати. Дякую. Вибачте, що я затримав вашу увагу.
Ні, якраз не затримали. Я дуже хочу запросити зараз. Я просто знаю, що серед нас є учасники, які кілька місяців тому на найкрупнішій міжнародній конференції в Італії представили результати ось такого дослідження щодо ставлення до штучного інтелекту з полів. Світлана Олексіївна, будь ласка, якщо можна, доєднайтесь. Ви, як автор цього дослідження, з порівняльної складової. І Тетяна Володимирівна, дуже радий вас бачити.
Ми тут всі. Доброго дня ще раз, шановні колеги. Зараз просто я маю відкрити Google Диск, щоб вам показати результати. Ми проводили анкетування серед викладачів університетів. Запросили своїх колег. Десь близько 300 учасників в нас було. Я розумію, що це не дуже велике, але в нас була виборка по всій Україні. Я не можу сказати, що це було лише наш університет, чи Черкаський університет, чи Ізмаїльський університет. Це була вся Україна. І це були представлені викладачі різних спеціальностей. Ми були на початку, так би мовити, шляху. Це був, мені так здається, кінець зими, весна минулого року. І нас цікавило, як налаштовані викладачі університетів до використання штучного інтелекту, які переваги вони бачать, що вони ж роблять. До речі, дуже багато відповідей було щодо того, що використовують штучний інтелект для пошуку літератури, для пошуку інформації. Зараз ми взагалі просунулися ще більше з цього питання. І я вам хочу сказати, що в нас є певний кейс щодо використання штучного інтелекту в науковій роботі викладача. Нам це дуже допомагає в плані, є спеціальні платформи, які ми вивчили. Дійсно, треба просуватися в цьому напрямку. Єдине, що я хочу сказати, що я не зовсім погоджуюся з тим, що вчителі, я буду говорити лише про вчителів початкової школи, що вчителі не хочуть, не використовують інформаційно-комунікаційні технології. От Тетяна Брицькан доповідала, це вона вже кандидат наук, доктор філософії, а ми починали ще в 2018 році, і ми проводили постійно анкетування вчителів. І якщо говорити про вчителів початкової школи, то після пандемійний період, принаймні, вони використовують і платформи LiveWorksheets, Visa.me і багато інших ми називали ці платформи у своїй презентації. Крім того, дивіться, будь ласка, я говорила про електронні підручники, і тут в мене є можливість сказати. Я скажу, видавництво «Ранок», воно закупило платформу у чехів. І хоча, може, там, так би мовити, оці шаблони, вони не такі класні, як, наприклад, LiveWorksheets, мені більше там подобається, але вони стоять на тій позиції, що вони проплатили цю платформу, в неї не буде жодної такої поганої реклами, і її не закриють. І вчителі мають можливість безкоштовно доєднуватися, і тим більше в режимі офлайн. Ну, а повертаючись до нашого анкетування, то я хочу сказати, що були запитання наших колег на цій конференції, вони були подивовані нашими результатами. Тобто українські викладачі університетів більшою мірою позитивно налаштовані на використання штучного інтелекту. І більш-менш Ну, якщо зачекаєте, я пошукаю результати і вам покажу. У нас вже є все це на Google диску. Тобто у нас досить більш нормальні результати. І, до речі, в нашому університеті, в Південноукраїнському, постійно проходять якісь курси. От буквально в четвер в нас були представники Інституту цифровізації, які проводили корпоративні курси з нами щодо штучного інтелекту. І нам, ну, ми самі вчимося, і нам ще дають таку можливість опанувати на певних курсах. Тому я вважаю, що в Україні ми маємо необхідність використовувати інформаційно-комунікаційні технології, в тому числі штучний інтелект, тому що ми або дистанційно навчаємо, або в змішаному режимі. І ми змушені просуватися в цьому напрямку.
Дякую. Я хочу сказати, що я не заперечив активність вчителів, особливо початкової школи. Якщо в нашій цій представленій роботі ви могли помітити, що найбільше вірних відповідей в сертифікації вчителів дали якраз вчителі початкових класів на питання з інформатики. А якраз вчителі, наприклад, математики показали найгірші результати на ці питання. Це є певне ставлення до цих робіт. У мене під рукою, просто час і не затримувати інших, опитування. Я говорив тільки про те, що мене здивувало і вразило опитування вчителів інформатики. Я не кажу, що вони не активні, але просто у нас загальний рівень трошки знизився. І вони, можливо, і хочуть, але навіть на час покажу тільки один, які штучні інтелекти, які засоби вони використовують. Просто з того, що є. Ну от, для чого використовують? В основному для створення завдань по уроку. Це таке. І хочу показати, ось тут у нас, які сервіси штучного інтелекту ви використовуєте. Практично всі, тільки чат-GPT. Ну, вибачте, чат-GPT – це вже далеко-далеко не те. А що ще знають? Ну, Padlet з функціями штучного інтелекту, гама для презентацій і чуть-чуть копілот. Ну, це, вибачте, це реальні результати вчителів, які я проводив на курсах сам. Тому ось це мене турбує, вибачте. І тому я піднімаю це питання. Ми повинні все ж таки, дуже добре, що пішла сертифікація, дуже добре, що пішла дія. Ну, по-перше, в нас до цього часу нема ще обов'язковості, ну, наприклад, такої сертифікації по дії. От, наприклад, Академія наук ввела в свої, що обов'язково, значить, повинні пройти сертифікацію по дії. Хоч на якийсь рівень повинні пройти. А серед вчителів в нас такого немає. Розумієте? А там цікаве питання. І цікаво, щоб хоч на такому рівні ми отримали рівень знань наших співробітників, вчителів, педагогів. Ну, тут багато дискусій можна говорити, дискутувати з цього питання.
Невеличку ремарочку для людей, які тут зібралися, і які навчають, і які приймають до себе студентів першого курсу, так? Я вам хочу сказати одну річ. Ми в минулому році на аналогічній конференції ІКТРі презентували результати опитування студентів першого курсу, які вивчають програмування. Ну, щоб вас не здивувати, а щоб ви були готові до такого, то студенти першого і другого курсу 90% використовують чат GPT для написання коду. Тому, шановні колеги, ми маємо розуміти, навіть якщо вчитель не володіє, яким чином використати той чат GPT, хоча зараз це потужно йде, і ми дійсно, я заступник директора Інституту цифровізації освіти, хочу сказати, що ми активно проводимо ці навчання. Але наші учні йдуть своїм шляхом. По-перше, ви бачили, що ми там показали 4,5%, що вже встановили чат GPT собі на мобільний телефон. А на сьогоднішній день ми провели повторне дослідження, і воно вже зашкалює за 15% на кожну 1000. Тому ви маєте зрозуміти, що це все, скажімо так, учні окремо, вчитель окремо. А от я сьогодні підняла питання, що де у них оця стиковка, кому що потрібно. Дякую, вибачте.
Щиро дякуємо усім за таку дискусію. Ну, принаймні, там дійсно нам нагадують, що в нас є певні обмеження за часом. Я тоді до спільного чату скину посилання на дослідження команди ось нашої україно-австрійської, і усім пропоную з ним ознайомитись. Світлана Олексіївна, ви вже якраз можете продемонструвати.
Якщо зачекаєте, я пошукаю. Мені треба на диску знайти, я ж не шукала. Зараз,
Зрозуміло. Ну, давайте.
Дайте мені.
Так. Dear Tatiana, please moderate in a proper way.
If the next authors, it's Alexander Kanivets and others, do not mind, Yulia Yachkalo would like to speak now. Alexander Kanivets, do you
I am Sofia Kudogorna and I'm presenting the virtual laboratory work. Am I right?
Okay, do you not mind that Yulia Yachkalo was now and you are next?
Okay.
Okay, Yulia Yachkalo, we invite you to your presentation and development and implementation of educational tools for microprocessor system design, developing digital competence among engineering students. You're welcome. You can start the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Tkachuk. I am co-author of this article and I will present our result.
Okay, you can start your presentation. We don't see. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on the way.
Okay, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Today I'm presenting our research on implementation of educational tools for microprocessor system design, fostering digital competences among engineering students. This study was conducted at Kryvyi Rih National University and examined how specialized educational tools can enhance digital competence development among engineering students. Research context. The repeat evaluation of microprocessor technology has created a scientific challenge in engineering education. There exists a growing gap between traditional academic instruction and the practical skills required by industry. Our educational system must adapt to those changes to prepare digital competent graduates. The COVID-19 pandemic and other global disruptions have further accelerated the need for innovation teaching methods and virtual learning environment. Our researchers addresses those concerned by examining effective pedagogical strategy for microprocessor system design education within the framework of European Digital Competence Standard. Research objective. First, we analyzed the effectiveness of existing educational tools, especially MCU 8051 IDE, STS-ICP, and Proteus design, in teaching microprocessor system design and addressing common challenges such as balancing theoretical knowledge and practical application. Second, we evaluate how those tools enhance students' digital competences with the framework of European Digital Competence Standard adapted for engineering education in Ukraine. Finally, we assessed the impact of those tools on students' technical skills, problem-solving ability, and readiness for professional engineering practice in microprocessor system design. Let me introduce the three primary software tools we implemented in our educational framework. MCU 8051 IDE as an integrated development environment for Intel 8051-based microcontrollers that supports both C and assembler language programming. It includes a built-in simulator for extensive debugging capability. STS-ICP is a microcontroller programming utility that allows for hardware implementation of developed program through direct programming of physical device. And Proteus Design is an electronic circuit designed automation software package compressing ICIC for circuit simulation and RS for PCB development. Together, those tools provide students with experience across the complex microcontroller development lifecycle. Methodology. Our methodology employed a practice-oriented approach that balanced theoretical knowledge with hands-on experience. We structured the learning process to mirror professional workflows, beginning with project creation in MCU 8051 IDE, followed by program development in testing through simulation, then hardware programming using STEC ICP controller with ADO educational board, and finally, circuit design and simulation Proteus design. This sequential approach emphasizes progressive skill development with students moving from basic programming concept to complex circuit design. The iterative learning process allows students to refine their understanding through simulation before hardware implementation, providing a bridge between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Evaluation criteria. They systematically assess the effectiveness of those educational tools. We developed 7 evaluation criteria. Simulation fidelity refers to the accuracy with which the tool simulated real microprocessor behavior. User interface accessibility evaluate how intuitive the interface is for students with varying level experience. Debugging capability access the range and effectiveness of further for identifying and resolving issue. Hardware integration examine how well the tools interface with physical components. Comprehensive documentation looks at the available of learning resource. Cross-platform compatibility evaluate accessibility across different operation systems, and industry relevance measures how well the skills developed transfer to professional context. Our comparative analysis revealed that each tool has distinct complementary strengths. For example, MCU 8051 IDE achieved the highest overall effectiveness rating of 3.96 out of 5, performing consistently across most criteria with notable strengths in simulation, fidelity, and debugging capability. STC ICP with an average rating just 3, but excellent in hardware integration and interface accessibility, but show limitation in simulation capability. Proteus Design scored 6.64 on average and demonstrated excellent simulation fidelity and comprehensive documentation through with limited hardware integration. Those findings suggest that an integrated approach leveraging the complementary strengths of all 3 tools provides the most comprehensive learning environment. To validate our approach, we conduct a quasi-experimental study with 2 groups of 26 students each. The experimental group received instruction using our integrated education tools approach within the framework of the electronic and microprocessor technology courses. The control group received traditional instruction without the special implementation of those tools. We evaluate students' performance through standardized examination, project assessment, and digital competence evaluation aligned with European standard. Our results show scientific improvement in the experimental group. Academic metrics 17.65%, highest average score than control group. 100% pass rate and 42.86% more students achieved excellent grades. Digital competences. Problem solving improved by 22.55%, technical proficient by 25%, independent learning by 28.12%, collaboration by 21.92%, and either industry readiness by 27 and 69%. Those findings strongly validate our integrated approach for ensuring both academical performance and industry relevance digital competences. Conclusion. The research shows that combining specialized software tools with hardware platforms scientifically improves digital competences in engineering students. Our multi-tools learning environment effectively bridge academic knowledge and professional practice by integrated simulating with physical hardware experiments, implementation industry relevance workflows, and utilization complementary tools through the microprocessor development life cycle. For educators, this suggests focusing curriculum development on a comprehensive learning environment that build both technical microcontroller programming skills and broader cross-disciplinary digital competences. Thank you for your attention. I welcome any question about our research.
Thank you for your interesting report, and we invite all for our discussion. And who want to ask the questions? Okay, I have a question. My first question is, how could this integrated teaching approach with the C software tools be adapted for online or hybrid learning environment, especially considering the challenges mentioned from the pandemic and the war? Thank you. It's a first question.
Yes. If you look in deeply for these tools, all these tools, they install in a computer. So if a student install 3 of those in a computer, he can get instruction of a professor, and we have in our courses. And students able to do at home all laboratory jobs. They don't need special equipment. It can be simulated in computer.
Okay, thank you. And I have a second question. Could you provide more details about your methodology for measuring the improvements in digital competence?
Sorry, I had interruption. Repeat, please.
Could you provide more details about your methodology for measuring the improvements in digital competences?
Yes, we used European digital framework. It's a special standard for which adapted for engineering education. When we are marked, and it's included in our marking, which tasks the students should do, which capabilities they should do to have one of the other mark. If you open our full article, you will have a full tableau and schedule how it was evaluated, all methodology.
Thank you. Maybe someone want to ask the questions? Okay, if no questions, now Svetlana Skvortsova want to show her results. Svetlana, please.
Yes, yes, thank you. Можна я українською мовою? Дивіться, будь ласка. Отже, ми одержали 205 відповідей викладачів. І, вибачайте, тут частина перекладена англійською, частина залишилася на українській мові, так, ну, такі результати, так представлені, ми перекладали. Отже, більшою частиною, звичайно, що ми опитали своїх колег, колеги, наші викладачі педагогіки та методики навчання, як ви бачите. В основному це досвідчені викладачі, які працюють більше 10 років в університеті. Чи часто ви використовуєте ШИІ в своїй роботі? На той момент, це була зима, весна минулого року, 30% викладачів взагалі ніколи не використовували штучний інтелект в своїй роботі. Для чого вам потрібен штучний інтелект? Як ви бачите, здебільшого це генерація контенту, це генерація тексту, рисунків і таке аудіо, відео та інше. Самооцінювання рівня навичок в галузі ШИІ. На той момент оцінили себе на дуже низькому рівні 20%. На дуже високому рівні, так, нікого немає, як ви бачите, на високому рівні це 4,4%. Переваги, ми запитували про переваги використання ШИІ. Ну, звичайно, це розширення можливостей, це незаперечно, це очевидно. Ризики, найбільший ризик – це зниження критичного мислення. Ну, звичайно, що тепер ми розуміємо, що штучний інтелект може виявити максимально свої можливості лише у співпраці, так, людина у співпраці з штучним інтелектом. Власне кажучи, не можна довіряти, бо є глюки і таке інше. Як ви ставитесь? Ну, принаймні, дивіться, будь ласка, дуже позитивно до штучного інтелекту 7,8%, позитивно 43,6%, це дуже гарний результат, 43,6% нейтрально. Але я думаю, що зараз, якщо ми проведемо аналогічні дослідження, то, відповідно, результати будуть, ну, мені так здається, я так думаю, що результати будуть кращі. Ну, тут про джерела інформації про ШИІ ми тоді знаходилися лише на початку шляху, і, звичайно, звідки кожний інформацію дістає про штучний інтелект. Які потреби у вас є? Ну, найбільша потреба – це, власне кажучи, автоматизувати виконання рутинних завдань. І ось ми на цьому, власне кажучи, і зосередилися, як може штучний інтелект автоматизувати виконання рутинних завдань. Так, чи використовуєте ви ШИІ для виконання професійних функцій? Ну, пошук інформації, звичайно. І на другому місці створення тестів. На третьому місці створення презентацій. Друга частина нашого опитування, вона полягала саме щодо інструментів для пошуку інформації з предмета. Які інструменти? І що ми тут бачимо? ChatGPT? Ну, то як наші колеги, підтвердження результатів, ну, звичайно, це найбільш популярний, ну, і зараз, і на той момент чат-бот. Ну, і приємно, що зараз ми вже розуміємо, що для наукової роботи Perplexity він має переваги. Ну, ми тестували чат-боти, Perplexity, власне кажучи, на першому місці, за ним йде ChatGPT, в ньому є переваги, він дає посилання більш-менш релевантні, дає посилання на джерела. Ну і наступне питання, якщо ви використовуєте інші інструменти, будь ласка, напишіть які. Ну, тут бачите відповіді. Які переваги ви отримуєте від використання ШИІ? Звичайно, економія часу. Але зараз є певна суперечка. Економія, з одного боку, ми заощаджуємо час, а з іншого боку, вибачайте, ми витрачаємо час на перевірку відповідей, одержаних від штучного інтелекту. Ну, далі, які недоліки та труднощі ви відчуваєте? Найбільше – це висока вартість. Згодна, ми не можемо заплатити за всі чат-боти, за всі інструменти, за всі платформи. Тому ми виходимо, як українці, коли ми досягли певного ліміту, переходимо до наступного чат-боту, досягли певного ліміту, переходимо в інший аккаунт і таке інше. Отже, ну, якось так. Але ж, да, висока вартість, якби в нас були гроші, якби наші університети проплачували всі ці платформи, то в нас можливостей було б значно більше. Я зараз спробувала робити відео в Сентасі, і ну, це класно. Це класно, але там, вибачайте, 3 хвилини безкоштовно, а потім 5 хвилин перший тариф. А що ці 5 хвилин? Їх ні на що не вистачить. Доповідь на конференції не зробиш. Далі. Наступна частина тесту – це про презентації. Які інструменти використовують наші викладачі для створення презентацій? Які вони, може, ми не назвали їх, вони свої запропонували. Ну, то таке. Переваги, які ви бачите. Ну, економія часу на першому місці. Тут труднощі, знову ж таки, висока вартість. Інструменти для створення розкладу занять. Ну, я би цей розділ вже опустила, тому що, дивіться, ми всі працюємо на корпоративних платформах, і корпоративна платформа нам генерує розклад, і я сама не користуюся такими інструментами штучного інтелекту. Ну і, звичайно, я сама відчуваю, що це заощаджує час, мені не потрібно щось заносити, все це відбувається автоматично, я зайшла в свій розклад, натиснула на певну клітиночку, попала в своє, так би мовити, там на лекцію чи практичне заняття, мені це дуже зручно і подобається. Інструменти для генерації звітів. Ось такий розподіл ми одержали. Тут багато хто не використовує, але навіть звичайні чат-боти для генерації звітів можна використовувати. Принаймні всі, я не дуже затримую вас, бо я можу про це говорити дуже багато. Дивіться, ми всі минулого року, в грудні, ми писали для міністерства звіти про наукову діяльність. Пам'ятаєте, оце за 4 роки? То кожна кафедра це робила. І, власне кажучи, вимог не було не жодних, якась там таблиця, потім яку треба було переробляти, тому що при занесенні у систему там з'являлося зовсім інше. Але, дивіться, штучний інтелект – це must-see. В мене був звіт про наукову роботу про НДР за 5 років. А мені потрібно було це все скоротити там до певних обсягів. Copilot прекрасно з цим справився. Просто переклавши англійською мовою і таке інше. Отже, звичайно, переваги – це економія часу. Безперечно. Інструменти для взаємоперевірки. Звичайно, я сама ще їх не вивчила. Моя кафедра зараз, так би мовити, працює в цьому напрямку. І в минулому, 29 квітня була конференція це, по-моєму, наш університет був співорганізатором і Інститут цифровізації. І моя викладачка, моя колега, вона доповідала на пленарному засіданні щодо використання інструментів, ми інші інструменти знайшли, для оцінювання і взаємооцінювання студентів. І вона це пропілотувала на заняттях зі студентами. Тобто є дуже цікавий досвід. Ну, ви бачите, перевага і економія часу, тут ніхто не каже. Недоліки використання штучного інтелекту, технічні проблеми збою, ось 30, майже 33% визначили. І низька мотивація. Да, до речі, були такі запитання для Катерини Васильівни, от як студенти ставляться, як їх спонукати для взаємооцінювання з використанням штучного інтелекту. Но, по-перше, їм це цікаво, то якось це цікавість, інтерес, принаймні хоч зовнішній інтерес, він буде їх в деякій мірі мотивувати. Далі тестові завдання. Знову от ви бачите розподіл для створення інструментів для створення тестових завдань. Тут вони писали, респонденти наші, які ще вони використовують. І для, як ви ставитеся до використання інструментів ШІ для створення тестових завдань. Дивіться, 68% позитивно. Ну, я вважаю, що для нас це, і взагалі, це гарні результати. І коли на конференції в Больцана запитували, тобто вони були дещо вражені результатами, які в Україні ми одержали, то звичайно, що тут треба пояснювати, що ми знаходимося, то була пандемія, зараз війна. І звичайно, що ми в інших умовах працюємо, і ми змушені опановувати оці інструменти. Ну, от ще прокручую, не буду. І далі підсумки. Звичайно, знаєте, ми задали таке питання, чи була заповнення анкети для вас корисним. 70% визначили, що так, заповнення цієї анкети було корисним. Чому? От дивіться відповіді. Вони дізналися більше про штучний інтелект, там їх спонукало для вивчення інструментів штучного інтелекту. Тобто ще й була, ця анкета мала ще й просвітницьку функцію. І я сподіваюся, що ми, може, спонукали деяких викладачів більше зануритися в проблему штучного інтелекту і використовувати ці інструменти у власній професійній діяльності. Ну, от так.
Okay, we are thank you. Yes, and now we come to our finished presentation. Yes, last presentation. It's a virtual laboratory work with augmented reality elements to teach metal hardness measurement. And Sofia Pinhorna, you are welcome to start your presentation.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairperson and participants of the conference. My name is Sofia Pedhorna, and I'm pleased to present to you a report of topic of a virtual laboratory work with augmented reality elements for learning how to measure the hardness of metals. 1 second, I'll show you the presentation. Can you see it?
Yes,
Yes.
Sophia, we will see in full screen mode your presentation. Please continue.
Good. So the aim of our research is to present the development and implementation of original mobile applications that utilizes augmented reality (AR) technologies to enhance the educational process related to the measurement of metal hardness. This application was specially designed to support students during laboratory sessions in disciplines like material science and technology of structural materials, and electrical engineering materials. It serves as an interactive digital tool that allows students to visualize and simulate the process of determining the hardness of metals, which is a curricular component of engineering and technical education. So, the object of this research is a mobile educational application called Measurements of Hardness. It was created to help students complete laboratory work in situations where traditional classroom learning is not possible. For example, during distant learning or emergencies like air raid alerts. The app was provided for students to continue learning and practicing important skills even outside the laboratory. The subject of this research is to process of how this application was developed and how it was used in the educational process of particular and technical universities. The research looks at how the app was designed and structured, how it works, how it was used during laboratory classes, and how effective it is in helping them. So, to measure its effectiveness, both experimental data and statistical analysis were used. To achieve the goal of the following tasks were completed. First one is a theoretical review of literature, was conduct of using virtual lab work with augmented and virtual reality for distance and independent learning. Second is electronic models of metal hardness testing machine were created in CAD system. Third one is educational app with augmented reality elements was developed using the Unity engine. And last one, the academic performance of students was analyzed after learning this topic with the help of the app. So the analysis of literature showed that there are many development methods of teaching humanities and natural science in a distant format. These methods are described in various studies and published in scientific articles. However, most of them focus on the theoretical aspects of suggest practical example of sharing electronic resources through distance learning systems such as Moodle. The most difficult part to adopt for distant learning is laboratory work. Lab work is designed to teach students how to conduct experiments and gain hands-on experience with real instrument and light equipment. Virtual labs can supplement traditional lab work done in physical laboratories. Next is that why we developed a mobile educational application, because necessarily an app that enables students to independently study the process of measuring the hardness of metals in virtual laboratory environment enhanced with augmented reality features. The application serves as both theoretical and resources practical training tool. The slide demonstrates the main interest of the app, which includes 3 buttons. Each button allows students to explore one of the 3 standardized hardness testing methods: Brinell, Rockman, and Whiskers. Can you see the screen as it shows that?
We now see only your slides. This is why it became necessary to develop.
Yes, that's necessary to develop, and there's in the screen of the phone, it can be seen the method of Brinell, method of Rockwell, and method of Whiskers.
Yes, we see.
Good. So next one is measurements of metals. Created laboratory work during distance independent students for technical subject. The object of the study is educational app, measurements of metal hardness. Yes, created for laboratory work, as I said before, for courses like material science and technology of structural materials and electrical engineer materials during distance and independent learning for students of technical specialties. Metal hardness is used in measurements using lab equipment. That's why the main element of app is detailed model of hardness tester, as you can see on the screen. To create such a model, various 3D modeling program can be used, for example, Blender or 3D Max. The image of the screen shows the digital model of hardness tester development in CAD system. So the application was developed on personal computer running Windows 10, 64-bit version. The app includes marker-based augmented reality elements. The AI markers were created using the Vuforia. Vuforia is augmented reality platform that includes tools for developing augmented reality software development kit. Vuforia uses computer vision technology as well as real-time tracking of flat images as simple 3 dimensions real-world object. The screen shows an example of target image used in Brinell method, the picture B. The target images are processed using Vuforia computer vision tools and are related to, from 1 to 5 stars based on their recognition quality. Brinell hardness test. The screen shows the setting window of the Brinell hardness test. The typing of Brinell method button on the main screen, the user is taken to setting window for this method. The smart focus is adaptive to detect and track the target image. When the target is recognized, a 3D model of the hardness tester appears on the screen. At the bottom of the screen, there are buttons for selecting experiment parameters. Intender diameter, ball size of intender, applied load, dwell time of the intender in the sample. The selector parameters are highlighted in green. So the screen shows the process of measuring the diameter of the intender ball imprint on the surface of the test sample using a microscope with a measurement scale. In image D, there is photo of intender imprint. A transparent measuring scale overlay is placed above the photo, allowing the user to see only the scale. The scale can be moved and rotated using the phone touchscreen. The diameter of the imprint is measured in two opposite directions. The average diameter value is used to find the metal hardness from table's image E. At the bottom of the app screen, there is a search bar. If the user elements of the diameter value into the search bar, the app highlights the corresponding hardness value in the table in green. So the next stage was testing the functionality and implementing the mobile educational app in the learning process during 2023 and 2024. For this purpose, we formulated the null hypothesis H0, the developed augmented reality app for learning metal hardness measurement during lab work has no effect on student academic performance. The alternative hypothesis H1 states that using the developed app does affect students' academic performance on this topic. We tested the hypothesis during person test. The slide shows a chart of student academic performance level of the adult pedagogical experiment. The result was supposed to reject the null hypothesis and expecting the alternative hypothesis, confirming the positive impact of the augmented reality app on students' learning outcomes during remote lab work on metal hardness measurements. So, for the conclusion, literature review, analysis of current significant scientific and educational sources revealed that information and communication technologies, ICT, are actively used in higher education to support remote and blended learning. However, despite the wide use of digital tools, no similar mobile educational simulator for teaching metal hardness measurement using augmented reality was found. This confirmed the novelty of our approach and highlighted the need for such tool. Development of mobile app 3D model of micromotor was created using a computer aided design (CID) system. This model became the core of the app simulator features. The mobile application was even developed using the Unity game engine, a powerful platform that supports augmented reality features. The app allows users to instruct with virtual lab education through their smartphone camera. The integration into the learning platform on the app was completed. The installation file was uploaded to the Moodle Learning Management System, where the course methods were hosted. This made it easy for students to access the app and install it on their personal Android smartphone, making the tool accessible anytime, even during red alerts or distant learning. Evaluation and results. To assess the educational effectiveness of the app, we conducted a pedagogical experiment and used personal Chi-square test to evaluate the statistical significance of the results. The findings showed that students in the experimental group who used an app during their lab work achieved a level of academic success that was 14% higher than the control group who studied using traditional methods. This confirms the integration of the mobile IR app into the educational process significantly improved students' learning outcomes and engagement. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Okay, we thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting. And now we invite everyone to discussion. Who want to ask the questions? Okay, I have a question. How might the augmented reality application for measuring metal hardness be adapted to include collaborative features that would allow multiple students to interact the simulation, particularly when learning must continue in separate bomb shelters during air rapid attacks? Alerts.
Air alerts. Okay, so the app is when it's installed on the phones, it can be used without internet, so it is actually any convenient to use it while being in shelters, and it's not very difficult to understand it. It's very easy to perform if you use your pictures of an example like I showed in the presentation. So even while it's air alert or even without any internet or the light, while the app is installed on the telephone, it can be used anywhere and anytime.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. What specific technical challenges did you encounter when creating the 3D model of the hardness tester in the CAD system? And how did these challenges influence the final implementation, your application? Thank you.
Were there any technical issues during an experience? So I could say that minor issues occurred, such as marker displacement, but they didn't significantly affect the experience outcome. Like I said before, it might be a little bit hard to adapt because it's a new IR system, and not a lot of students knew how to perform with it. But while they done the experiment, they understood that it's not very hard, and it can be understandable in one or two attempts.
Okay, thank you. And I see that Svetlana Litvinova also want to ask the question. Svetlana, please.
Дякую. Я українською мовою, якщо дозволите. Мене зацікавило питання, ви розробили мобільний застосунок для якої операційної системи? Адже у студентів є і айфони, є мобільні телефони під Android. Чи ви зразу розроблюєте під кілька операційних систем?
Можу відповісти українською, англійською,
Так,
але
українською.
зараз українською. Ми розробили його наразі, це тільки на систему Android. Ми розробляємо і на iOS-систему, але зараз, коли ми вигрузили файл на Moodle, то зараз тільки можна на Android-системах, на жаль. Але ми
І
працюємо над цим.
додаткове питання. Як бути тим студентам, у яких є iPhone? Яким чином вони можуть зробити вашу практичну
Ця лабораторна робота взагалі зазвичай робиться в групах, і так як там дається, так як працює система, ми наводимося на малюнок, з'являється 3D-модель нашого вимірювача, і тоді з'являються дані, от малюночок, який я вам показувала, там мікроскопічні дані.
на імерсивних технологіях, ми розуміємося. Просто
І
сам
та-
факт. Да.
Це можна зробити просто попросивши так як це групова робота, то просто ті, у кого iOS, можуть попросити телефон у іншого студента. Або
Дякую.
навіть вчителя. Вчителів усіх є ці застосунки. Ті, хто роблять, які роблять ці лабораторні з дітьми, з студентами, то у них на телефонах є ці застосунки. Вони можуть дати просто свій.
Дякую, мені зрозумів підхід.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your presentation, for your answers for our questions. And we truly thank everyone who participate in our conference. We are also waiting you and invite you to participate our next conference and workshop. And now I want ask to turn on camera. Будь ласка, включимо всі камери для групового фото. Так, вмикаємо всі гарненько камери. Уже частинка доповідачів зрозуміло, що втомилися, десь хтось переключився на інші заходи.
Ми затягнули, як змогли.
Так, ну, начебто я скріншотик зробила гарненькі фотографії, можливо, ще хтось хоче зробити. Всім дякуємо за активну участь. Дійсно, дискусія вийшла досить продуктивною, так, досить цікавою. Ми розглянули багато питань і доповненої реальності, і взагалі цифровізації, так, і освітніх технологій в освітньому процесі. Тож запрошуємо вас до наших майбутніх заходів, які не за горами. Чекаємо вас усіх з вашими новими дослідженнями і новими звершеннями. Всім дякую за участь і гарних вихідних, і тихих, мирних. Сергій Олексійович, можливо, ви хочете слово сказати? Ні, вже не хочете.
Андрій Миколайович завжди має завершувати.
Андрій Миколайович, будь ласка.
Дякую за таке несподіване слово. Ну, я хочу ще раз всім подякувати учасникам. Хочу сказати, ну, ми вже, починаючи з пандемії, мабуть, кожен рік говоримо про те, що ось ми провели дистанційно, да, все добре, але так хочеться зустрітись особисто. Чи в Кривому Розі, чи в Києві, чи в Житомирі, Полтаві. Господи, у нас багато міст представлено сьогодні, міст представлено всіх і не перерахуєш. Ми продовжуємо сподіватись, що все ж таки мир прийде на нашу землю, відійдуть всі болячки у вигляді хворих людей, країн, у вигляді вірусів, і ми все ж таки зможемо проводити заходи, де не тільки обмінюватись науковими думками, питаннями, фідбеками, а нашим людським теплом, любов'ю один з одним, враженнями, емоціями, які тільки при живому спілкуванні можна досягти. Тож, з цим сподіванням я ще раз всім дякую, що незважаючи ні на що, ви доєднались до заходу, так активно його провели з такими цікавими доповідями і дискусіями. І будемо вас раді бачити на наших наступних конференціях, семінарах, просто дружніх зустрічах. Дякую.
Далих публікацій.
Обов'язково.
Всім дякуємо, гарних тихих
Дякую,
вихідних
до
і до
побачення.
побачення.
До побачення.
До побачення. Дякую, до побачення.
Все добре.